The trauma surgeons at Spectrum Hospital said Carl is here today because of the actions of Deputy Ruloff in this little piece of equipment. Not having that there that evening, Carl would probably not be here today. Carl's wife, Ashley, had reached out, called it a Christmas miracle, which it is. So, Joe, come on up. So again, it's my honor on behalf of the Ottawa County Sheriff's Office, myself, our staff, members of the board, to present you with the life-saving award for your actions on this date.
Thank you.
Yes. Again, it's an honor for us to have employees of Joe's caliber on our department to represent this agency. And to you folks in this room, if you call for service, you're going to get it. And this is the caliber of people you're going to get to serve you in this community. So Joy, there's somebody online here.
Oh, I see that.
So yeah, Carl and Ashley are online. Excuse me. I believe you can hear us.
Yeah, we can. Can you hear us?
Yes.
Yeah, go ahead if you'd like to say a few words, and thank you for joining us.
Thank you. I knew it would be hard, so I wrote a little something to make it a little easy. 32 days ago, our lives changed forever, and words cannot begin to describe our new life and the amount of support from the entire community and the role it has played in my husband's recovery. That night, Joey, you are the one who allowed my husband to continue to be in our future, to see his girls grow up, and for us to grow together. I could only do so much on my own, and with the weather conditions, we knew it would take long. And so our family is forever thankful for the selfless act that you did for us without thinking twice, and you showed up because you knew that we needed you. And we cannot wait to see you again in person to thank you for all that you have done and all that you continue to do.
Thank you. I'm looking forward to the day.
Thank you.
So I don't know who's tearing up more, the sheriff or the people around us here. So Ashley and Carl, I want to thank you for joining us. And I will specifically assign Joy to come up and see you. Because again, we're thankful you're here. And thank you for joining us tonight. And to the Board of Commissioners, thank you for your time and allowing us to present this tonight. Again, thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Sheriff. All right, we are going to move into our first period of public comment. This is an opportunity for members of the public to come and address the board. Each speaker will have 3 minutes to address the chair and say what's on your mind. And we're looking forward to this being the first evening meeting of the Board of Commissioners. So who do we have first?
Public comment number 1 is Walter Davis from Grand Haven.
Shalom Aleichem. As I indicated last time, I'm going to be spending the next 2 years teaching the larger community through you, Joe, just what you people represent. The national organizations of fascism that you're connected with and the ways in which you locally illustrate that. I wanted to begin that tonight with consideration of perhaps the key first principle of fascism, which is misology, the hatred of reason, and the attempt to reduce every complicated idea to a simple commonplace that can be used to incite audiences. I'll also be giving you a book to read each time. This time I want to call your attention to The Origins of Totalitarianism by Hannah Arendt, the first systematic study of fascism. First volume of which, by the way, Joe, and you might point this out to Sylvia, is on anti-Semitism. I want always to use the general points I'll make through particular illustrations. You provided me with 3 since the last meeting you had. First, John Gibbs took down a number of comments that were written in through 2 specious arguments. He said they weren't current, they are concurrent. He said they reveal personal information. They do not. What they do reveal is that 368 people took the time to write 2 or 3 paragraphs pointing out the various ways in which you were violating the principles on which you were elected. You did have 100+ supporters, but about all they said is 1 or 2 sentences commenting on how godly you all are. I expect those statements to be backed up tomorrow morning. Secondly, I want to point out that a member of this commission pointed out to you, Joe, that a minister was willing to give the invocation. You indicated to him that you would decide who was appropriate to give invocations. Where did you get your divinity degree, Joe? You are suppressing other Christians. You are deciding who's Christian enough for you. It's interesting, too, that most of these invocations end up being political speeches, but we'll leave that aside. I expect you to correct that situation, too. But the most egregious thing, when you change the name, and none of you know anything about freedom, but we'll save that for another time. You had the gall among your reasons to refer to Martin Luther King and a statement that you took out of context, in context, and I know you have trouble with that idea. In context, Dr. King was saying that after we get rid of systematic racism, after we complete a historical revolution, then. But then he said, free at last, God Almighty, we are free at last. My second comment will be to you, and I'll write it up tonight.
Thank you.
It's an offer you can't refuse.
Second public comment, number 2 is Dan Zimmer, Port Sheldon Township.
Dan Zimmer, Port Sheldon Township, West Olive, Michigan. Chairman Moss and members of the room. Chairman Moss, you are no longer in the land of Oz, nor the wizard man behind the curtain. You are now in the town square. Please publicly disclose any genealogical associations that exist with 1, yourself and the Coleman Legal Group, 2, your known business associates and the Coleman Legal Group, and 3, engagement of Joe Moss, also known as Ottawa Impact, prior to January 3, 2023, and the Coleman Legal Group. An answer that clearly addresses subparts 1, 2, and 3 thereof with Coleman Legal Group. Integrity and honesty are at the core of the 9th commandment. Concerns of conflict of interest with Coleman Legal Group have been voiced. Herein lies the problem of what if scenario as follows. I am no legal scholar. However, let me articulate the optic lens that most of us common folks see. It is difficult to determine who needs whom most, whether Ottawa Impact and OI commissioners need Coleman Legal Group as the loyal legal arm to champion the interests of Ottawa Impact and contracted commissioners, or whether Coleman Legal Group that champions controversial ultra-conservative views needs Ottawa Impact and affiliated commissioners and the deep pockets of Ottawa County funds to champion common causes. If one or the other exists, it would be of concern. However, if both are present, that is an instance of one hand washing the other and would be an act of collusion, a breach of fiduciary and public trust. It is no stretch of the imagination to juxtapose the ideology of Ottawa Impact with that of Coleman Legal Group and conclude that they are one and the same. Ottawa Impact board members signed a loyalty agreement contract with Ottawa Impact. That would indicate a cunning ringleader who leaves nothing to chance. It is reasonable to believe that the premeditation did not stop with Ottawa Impact board members when in fact Coleman Legal Group circumvented established protocols and was cherry-picked by Ottawa Impact. That is the conflict of interest. When I was young individuals would
Thank you.
Public comment number 3 is Heather Reigers, West Olive.
Speak into the mic, please.
Certainly. Oh, he can't hear. Hello, my name is Heather Reigers. Mr. Chairman, I'm grateful to be able to stand here and address you. Thank you. I am a resident of Ottawa County, a mother, a wife. I have a degree in political science. I am a small local business owner. I'm a former social studies teacher, a local volunteer, and a leader of a movement to create a new political party, the Forward Party. Polarization is dividing us while the rich get richer and leaders do not serve the people they are elected to represent. Instead, they serve themselves, their personal agendas and interests. Polarization creates conflict and challenges in our communities. As a Forward Party leader, I am working to decrease polarization in government by putting aside partisanship, prioritizing collaboration and transparency, while focusing on solutions that build a sense of community and respect individual freedoms. The challenges our communities and country face today need more than just elected officials. They need great leadership. Unfortunately, I have grave concerns for how you have chosen to lead this commission in your first month in office. Because, Mr. Chairman, so far, I do not see great leadership. My concerns do not stem from the decisions the commission has made thus far. Rather, my concerns stem from how you have chosen to lead the commission in making these decisions while potentially violating the Michigan Open Meeting Act and choosing not to collaborate and focus on solutions with all of your fellow commissioners and the people of Ottawa County. So far, Mr. Chairman, you have chosen to lead and make decisions in a vacuum and behind closed doors. You have chosen not to allow the community or even this entire elected commission to voice their concerns and perspectives before decisions were made. You have chosen not to utilize a standardized bid process to bring multiple options to the table. Mr. Chairman, this lack of transparency is not great leadership. Great leadership welcomes discussions from all perspectives in order to make well-informed decisions that provide long-term solutions to meet the needs and challenges of our county. Great leadership respects everyone involved in the decision-making process. Great leadership is accountable and takes ownership when more informed decisions could have been made. Mr. Chairman, freedom does not ring behind closed doors. Freedom rings when leaders put partisanship aside, prioritize collaboration, and focus on solutions. Freedom rings when great leaders build a sense of community and respect individual freedom.
Thank you.
Public comment number 4 is Rob Davidson, Spring Lake.
Thank you. Hey, I'm Rob Davidson. Thanks for having me here. So I'm an emergency physician for the past 25 years of my life, 22 of them here in West Michigan. I'm also a recent graduate of the Michigan School of Public Health, top 5 public health school in the country, and the executive director of a healthcare advocacy organization, the Committee to Protect Healthcare. Just to show you, I'm not here on agendas of political nature. I just want to comment on Deputy Roloffs and what he did. Like, I'm an ER doc, and we see some crazy stuff in the very uncontrolled environments, and we always kind of talk about that amongst ourselves, and the internists and the intensivists who have their nice little suites, you know, in kind of spaces that are nice and clean and tidy. And just to think about people out there in the community, like in blizzards, going and tying off tourniquets on people's legs and arms to save their lives, and just sort of doing it again and again. Whatever you all can do to convince the state to use some of their billions to pay more to paramedics, to first responders, to deputies that are out there like saving people's lives, that would be great. So the reason I came here originally, and I didn't know that award was happening, is because I'm very concerned about the appointment of Nathaniel Kelly as the county health officer. I've been an ER doc for 25 years, like I said, and I swore an oath when I became a physician to do no harm. I've advised my patients when they're having heart attacks and strokes. I advised my patients during COVID for the past 3 years. And I had patients come in and tell me some very crazy ideas that they got from Facebook or from certain media channels and from other folks that had maybe nefarious plots against them to convince them that these things were true. And I kind of rested on the fact that, guys, I've been in this community for 20 some years, and I've told you the truth about when you're having chest pain or when you're having abdominal pain, and tests we needed and treatments we needed. And so when I tell you that ivermectin has been conclusively proven not to work in randomized controlled trials for COVID-19. It works great for scabies. I took it once after volunteering in Haiti, and we had a massive scabies outbreak. It does work for that. It works for river blindness. It just doesn't work for COVID. And when Mr. Kelly says he would give everyone ivermectin, that makes me worry. When he says he doesn't think masks work, hey, I don't think masks are perfect. They work sometimes, they work a little. They're just so dang easy. I don't get why people would be so against them. Because if they work a little, it's a very minor inconvenience. So to me, there are two groups of people with COVID-19 conspiracies. Folks that know what they're saying is not true and are trying to fool the rest of us, and folks who just don't know any better. I would not expect any of you to know any better, because none of you, I don't think any of you have medical training specifically. I would hope that Mr. Kelly would know better. And I'm kind of hoping he does know better, and he's just doing this because it's kind of his shtick. Because then I worry about what he might do when someone says, hey, do you think condoms prevent HIV or STDs? Do you think HPV can cause cervical cancer and we should be vaccinating people against that? If he doesn't know any better about these things about COVID-19, what's he going to do then when they find PFAS in a school like they did in Robinson School almost 5 years ago, and they have to shut down the water supply? Does he believe that, or is he going to kind of fall prey to some of the conspiracies like you did with COVID? So thanks. Please, y'all consider that reappointment. Thanks.
Thank you.
Public comment number 5, Tracy Reed from Grand Haven.
Hi, I'm Tracy Reed. I'm from Grand Haven. I've been watching you on YouTube, and it is wonderful to see all of you in person. It's really a sincere privilege to have this opportunity to stand in front of you this evening. As a citizen of our country and as a resident of Ottawa County, I congratulate all of you, and I thank you for taking on these important roles as part of the legislative branch. So many of us voted for you. We voted for change. I was an independent, and I had been one for many years, but after the 2020 election, I moved to the moderate right. I cannot in good faith accept what I've seen from the Democrats across our country. I changed. Now I look to each of you to support the changes our county's voters have sought. If we had wanted mild shifts, there would not have been the significant overhaul made. The voters were decisive. Key concerns for me were individual freedoms, parental rights, and the preservation of families. I respect my neighbors throughout this county. I accept that some will agree with me and others will have opinions that differ from mine, but I refuse to define anyone as my enemy. We are in this together. There are many in this room today, and despite the tension that some may feel, we have far more in common than we know. For progress to happen, our differences must be navigated with respect for each other, respect for the election process, respect for ideas and outcomes we don't necessarily prefer. I confess I was a passive resident, guys. I trusted our leaders to do the right thing for a long time. My excuse, like many others, was I was consumed, right? I had children to raise, I had supper, I had dinner, I had taxes, I had a job, right? Life was busy. Now I'm caring for aging parents and I'm still busy. Yet I promise you this, I won't be passive again, ever. Many here are engaging now. Many are awake to the reality that we need to stand up for our beliefs and actively protect what is important to us. Thank you for your leadership and for your courage, as you'll need this in the coming months and years, hands down. And know that you have the support of many of us in this county, and I thank you.
Thank you.
Public comment number 6 is Theresa DeGraff, Port Sheldon.
Hi, I'm Theresa DeGraff, Port Sheldon Township. I'm a lifelong resident of Ottawa County and a Port Sheldon resident for over 3 decades. Thank you for the opportunity to speak today. I am here as a fellow elected official. I'm the Port Sheldon Township Clerk and a member of our Township Board. In January of 2018, when I started in this role, I thought I knew what this job entailed, but I was surprised by how quickly my perspective changed. While Port Sheldon Township is known as a small rural community, we have a bustling township office, which is extremely busy, and we are experiencing tremendous growth. We pride ourselves on our open door policy. We believe that local government is the only level of government where residents can meet with their elected officials face to face to voice their concerns and opinions. I know I have a tremendous responsibility. I represent those voters who voted for me, but I also represent those voters who voted against me. And ultimately, I represent all of the residents of Port Sheldon Township, voters and non-voters alike. It's a humbling responsibility. After meeting and getting to know so many of our residents personally, I am blessed to call this my job. My hope is that the residents I encounter will find me to be trustworthy, honest, and transparent. It can be defined by those attributes I will have found success in my career. Rural clerks juggle many responsibilities: HR, payroll, accounting, budgeting, newsletters, FOIAs, and cemetery management, in addition to being under intense scrutiny as election administrators. The ability to complete these varied tasks by one person like me is difficult, especially in a busy election year. It's also been a challenge defending an election process, which we know by experience to be safe, secure, and accurate. The passage of Proposal 2022-2 and the changes it entails strain us to the breaking point by our need for financial resources and personnel. We hope to develop a partnership between our jurisdictions in Ottawa County to share resources to alleviate this tremendous load. I'd like to invite our District 1 Commissioner Cosby to our township office to meet our township staff to address these concerns. I sincerely hope you will keep an open mind as you begin your journey as commissioners. Please seek out our differing opinions, for it's in times of collaboration and open discussion where some of the greatest ideas are born. Lastly, I hope you will make time to meet the great employees of Ottawa County and will listen to the concerns of this diverse community who make Ottawa County the special place we all call home. I also want to take this opportunity to highlight, please, the stellar staff of Ottawa County Clerk's Office: Justin Roebuck, Renee Kuiper, Katie Sims, Simone Johnson, and the entire county election staff have made Ottawa County the gold standard to follow in the state of Michigan.
Thank you.
I cannot tell you how much I value them for their expertise,
number
partnership,
8.
and ethics. They are second to none. And
Thank
sorry
you.
that I went over.
Thank you.
Public comment number 8 is Julie Yost, Grand Haven Township.
Good evening. My name is Julie Yost and I live in Grand Haven Township. I retired from Ottawa County in 2019 after 32 years as a public health nurse. During that time, I worked in the Family Services Program, which eventually became the Maternal Infant Health Program, and also worked in immunization and well child clinics in the schools and with Older Adult Services Program. I returned to work in 2020 for 9 months to assist with the COVID-19 pandemic response efforts. I was proud to work for Ottawa County. I would not say that now. I want to thank Commissioners Doug Zylstra and Roger Bergman for setting an example of what integrity, honesty, transparency, and dedication to all the residents of Ottawa County looks like. You have a difficult road ahead, and there are many of us there to support you. Second, to the Ottawa Impact Board members and John Gibbs. Your Christian nationalist, misogynistic, fascist, racist, homophobic extremism is not welcome here. You ran on a platform of transparency, and then on January 3rd, it became clear what a blatant lie that was. Even blindsiding some of your own contingent. It's appalling. It is disgraceful, and it is probably illegal. Which brings me to my third point. I cannot wait for Dana Nessel's findings after her investigation is complete. And even before that, I cannot wait for the Michigan Department of Health and Human Services to deny the appointment of Nathaniel Kelly, who is dangerously unqualified for the role of health officer. I have faith. I know how you love that word. I have faith that truth will prevail and that Ottawa County will survive this devastating, perhaps criminal onslaught. I know I'm not alone in dedicating my time and energy to make sure that happens, because we are Ottawa County where you belong.
Thank you.
And my apologies for missing public comment 7, Darlene Dykstra from Georgetown Township.
Thank you. I'm Darlene Dykstra from Georgetown Township, Precinct 3. I want to thank the new Board of Commissioners for its newly appointed Administrative Health Officer, Nate Kelly. It's quite obvious you've done your due diligence to find the most capable and appropriately qualified person to serve Ottawa County. Recent media articles blatantly and falsely portrayed Mr. Kelly as a guy who works in HVAC. Recent media outlets, for the biased and ill-informed media, local and national, and for those who blindly choose not to do their own research and simply believe media's sensationalistic drivel, Nate Kelly is far more than just being a guy who works in HVAC. Rather than just giving my opinion, I come to you with facts to accurately support your appointment of Mr. Kelly. As you know from your own research, Mr. Moss, Nate Kelly's impressive resume and educational background are not to be taken lightly in view of this appointment. Of the many skills, experience, and education, I name here only a sampling of his qualifications for this appointment. He holds licensing and certifications which include Board of Certified Safety Professionals, Certified Workers' Compensation Healthcare Provider with MSU, Masters of Science in Public Health, Masters of Science in Occupational Health, Certificate in Environmental Management, Certificate in Industrial Hygiene. His experience also includes oversight of environmental compliance with state and local governing agencies, such as the Department of Environmental Quality, MIOSHA, and EPA. Design and establishment of on-site wastewater facility, coordination of employee competence training, writing and maintaining safety and environmental standard operating procedures. And for the past 3 years, Mr. Kelly has dedicated himself to studies of microbiology, virology, pathophysiology, I can't pronounce it, chemistry, psychology, anatomy, community budgeting, as well as data extrapolations and interpretations. His current professional experience is as health and safety manager for a Michigan-based mechanical service contractor. Among myriad other duties, too many to mention at the time allotted, he is responsible for planning, advising, managing, and maintaining comprehensive occupational safety, health, and regulatory programs on and off-site, balancing and forecasting of budgetary allocations, chairing safety and environmental health services, and compliance training programs. Pretty good qualifications for just an HVAC guy, eh? So I believe if anyone fairly assesses Nate Kelly's qualifications, they would have to admit you appointed a well-qualified person for this position, and I thank you.
Thank you.
Public comment number 9, James Allen, Holland Township.
Good evening. My name is James Allen. I'm a grandfather of 9. I'm a veteran and a patriot. And I'm a Christian. I would just like to express my gratitude for the group up here and what you're doing. I know you've got a lot of opposition, but I'm worried about the future for my grandkids and their kids. And I think you guys had to do what you do to move in this direction quickly. I believe in you. I voted for you. Keep up the good work. You're a breath of fresh air.
Thank you.
Public comment 10 is Joe Spalding, Holland Township.
Howdy, my name is Joe Spalding. Where's Kevin Bacon when you need him? I am a resident of Holland Township. It's stolen Anishinaabe land, Ottawa and Peoria. And that's something that we should recognize in this room every time we speak. I kind of wanted to mention that you guys picked up John Gibbs to be the county administrator, and there's a very clear signal that we're sending to all of the families in Ottawa County. And that signal is that violence against women is okay. And I know that sounds like a stretch, so we're going to take you there, because John Gibbs is on record as saying like a lot of things about how women should not be able to vote and how they should not be allowed in the workforce. Now, he has his little excuse about this. He says that it was just some prank. He was just trying to troll left-wingers at Stanford. I've been in the Bay Area, and I trolled left-wingers at Stanford without being a rank misogynist. It's not that hard. And really, when it comes to the specific words that he used in that justification, it comes directly from a Bible quote. It comes from a verse. It's 1 Timothy 2:12. That verse says, "I do not permit a woman to hold authority over a man, but to remain silent." This is the Catholic Church's justification for not allowing priests to be women. This is also in right Christian nationalist places, a justification for removing the state from interactions between husbands and wives. And that means when there's a domestic violence situation, the Christian nationalists who believe firmly in 1 Timothy 2:12 in a literal interpretation think that the cop should go home and that the husband should be allowed to dictate how that works. They actually think that the religion circumvents and supersedes the state. And you can actually see this for yourself if you want to deconstruct the pledge for Ottawa Impact that everybody that's an Ottawa Impact council member up there, or commissioner up there, except for Rebecca, thank you for not signing that pledge, signed. And like, it's not worth the paper it's written on. In fact, the wannabe lawyer in me thinks it might be civil conspiracy, especially considering the fact that you hired Mr. Gibbs. The predictable outcome of putting a rank misogynist in the chair over here is that more women are going to be beaten in Ottawa County, more women are going to be killed by their spouses in Ottawa County. And the really interesting thing that's happened since I started speaking up is people have been coming to me. I had people come up to me and tell me that Joe Moss himself brandished his firearm while he was canvassing. Cops showed up. Cops decided that there was nothing illegal that happened, and he went home. So my questions are, Joe Moss, how many times have you brandished your weapon while canvassing? And I kind of want to know, Nathaniel Kelly, and honestly, it's weird, but he has more experience with grow rooms than he does with hospitals, it seems like. So I want to know how many grow rooms he's worked in and how many hospitals he's worked in. Thank you.
Thank you.
Public comment number 11, Sarah Westheis, Georgetown Township.
Could you say that again, sir? I can't hear you. Yeah, speak up. Mr. Clerk.
Dear board members, thank you for the opportunity to speak today. My name is Sarah Westheis, and I am a resident of Ottawa County. I am here today to voice my support for the appointment of Nathaniel Kelly as the Administrative Health Officer of Ottawa County.
The Michigan Administrative Code R 325.13003 outlines the qualifications for an administrative health officer, and they are the following requirements. A, have a Master's of Public Health or Master's of Science in Public Health and 3 years of full-time public health administrative experience. B, have a related graduate degree and 5 years of full-time public health administrative experience. C, have a bachelor's degree and 8 years of full-time public health experience, 5 years of which have been in the administration of a broad range of public health programs. Nate Kelly's academic credentials exceed the stated requirements. He has 2 master's degrees, a Master of Science in Public Health and a Master of Science in Occupational Health. He has certificates in environmental management and industrial hygiene management. Finally, he is a certified safety professional and a certified workers' compensation healthcare provider. Nate has worked full-time with managerial and administrative experience in public health, environmental health, and occupational health and safety since 2016. He is currently the health and safety manager at a mechanical contractor company with an estimated annual revenue of $75 million and 120 employees. The Ottawa County Health Department had $8.9 million in revenue and $13.5 million in expenditures with 98 employees, according to the 2021 annual report. Finally, in addition to Nate's education and work experience qualification, he also served in the United States military for 3 years, 7 months, and 14 days. He is a recipient of the Army Airborne Combat Infantry Purple Heart. Thank you for your service to our country, Nate. I will be honored to have you as our administrative health officer. Thank you.
Thank you.
Public comment number 12 is Ryan Anderson from Chester Township.
Good evening, Chairman Moss. I would like to commend you for the actions that you have taken these last few meetings. The house on fire analogy that a speaker at a previous meeting used was very apt. It's hardly appropriate to complain about where the fire truck was parked instead of being thankful that the arsons are no longer in the building. In these last few meetings, you have heard many who are opposed to these actions speak of how you must represent all of the residents of Ottawa County, while in their next breath, speak against Christians and their religious agenda. Clearly, these communists have no desire for the Christians to be represented, but instead for their own religious ideology and their agenda of death and destruction to be imposed upon all others. A house divided against itself cannot stand. No one can serve 2 masters, for he will either hate the one and love the other, or he will be devoted to the one and despise the other. Chairman Moss, you cannot serve God and these communists. These communists insist that you are accountable to the voters. Indeed, voting was the means by which you came to preside over this chair, materially speaking, but it is not the measure or standard by which you will be judged. The Lord Jesus Christ told Pontius Pilate that Pilate would have no authority if it had not been given to him from above. Likewise, the authority that you preside over has been delegated to you by Christ, that you might serve him, to be his servant, to carry out his will as explained in his law. And you will be judged by Christ as to how you carry this duty out. I charge you, Chairman Moss, do not fear those who kill the body and after that have nothing more that they can do. But I warn you whom to fear. Fear the Lord, who after he has killed has authority to cast into hell. Yes, I tell you, fear him. Now therefore, O kings, be wise. Be warned, O rulers of the earth. Serve the Lord with fear and rejoice with trembling. Kiss the Son of God, lest he be angry and you perish in the way. Blessed are all who take refuge in him. The Lord has promised to bless those who are faithful to him, so serve him with fear, with a full hope that he is putting all of his enemies under his feet. In his good time, for his good pleasure, and for his name's sake. It is to this end that we pray for you. Thank you.
Thank you.
Public comment number 13 is Ronnie Allen from Allendale Township.
Hi, I'm Ronnie Allen from Allendale Township.
Thank you to this board. You recently made some tough decisions. Thank you for hiring Mr. Gibbs, an administrator whose approach is constitutional and who brings a diversity of experience. I supported him in his recent campaign. Also, thank you for grappling with and ultimately ending the DEI department, which was founded on principles that push divisive, identity-based ideology. The paradigm of DEI sees some as oppressors and others as oppressed. It emphasizes external traits like race and gender rather than character traits like excellence, hard work, and integrity. Perhaps our culture has not been perfect at elevating these qualities all the time, but across the centuries, America stands out as a beacon in a world history of suffering, slavery, and genocide. And Ottawa County is at the heart of America. None of these decisions came lightly or without thorough research or prior notice to the previous board, whom over the COVID years was appealed to repeatedly for change. Due to its inaction, the people decided to change things. And after the election, just 3 weeks before the new board was seated, the outgoing board made the drastic decision to hire a new health officer, setting both parties up for unnecessary stress. And finally, thank you for recognizing that inclusion is not the highest pursuit, but that inherent in the motto "where freedom rings" is inclusion, and that freedom rings for all.
Thank you.
Public comment number 14 is Krista Wetzel from Allendale Township.
Hi, I'm Krista Wetzel from Allendale. I want to come here to show my support. Thank you for the actions you've taken since January. Your actions demonstrate exactly the bold leadership Ottawa needs. You have heard your constituents and are doing what you promised. Years of weak leadership have sought to destroy our county. Thank you for what you're doing to bring us back to the Constitution. I'm excited to see what you'll do as you move forward. My one request, I ask that you get rid of the electronic voting machines. We need to get back to hand counting our votes. We cannot allow machines that have internet access to handle such a crucial function. We need to have confidence in our voting. Thank you for being here. You were chosen for such a time as this. Stand strong and God bless you.
Thank you. Public comment number 15 is Robert Borisma from Park Township.
Hello, my name is Bob Borisma. I live in District 1, Park Township. And in my opinion, Mr. Moss, you and 7 other board members broke the law on January 3rd. You clearly and intentionally broke Michigan Open Meetings Act. All the actions taken that day should be nullified. In my opinion, you violated the law at least 6 times on the 3rd. However, as I expect you were advised beforehand, Section 12(2) of the law states you can't be charged with more than 1 violation per meeting. So what penalty do you have coming to you under the law? For your first meeting on January 3, the maximum penalty is $1,000 per person. Pretty insignificant to you probably. Maybe even a cost you've already budgeted into your personal finances. What were the consequences of the action of January 3 being invalidated? I guess Mr. Gibbs is working for free until and if you can legally hire him. The county motto will be restored. The DEA will have to be reinstated with back pay. Mr. Shea's firing will be invalidated and he would be owed back pay. A slap on the wrist for you. Major expenses for the county. However, for a second offense, which in my opinion, you and 5 other commissioners should face for actions you took in your second meeting on January 10, the penalty increases to $2,000 and up to a year in jail. I believe you knew this, Mr. Moss, but I wonder how all the rest of your co-conspirators did. I hope you aren't leading people into taking actions where you aren't being upfront to them about the risk involved. The law says up to a year in jail for a second offense. Now I hear people saying you found some kind of loophole by doing your conspiring before you were sworn in. Maybe you did find a way to unethically cram a whole lot of highly questionable acts into one meeting and not face consequences. That still doesn't change the fact
that you intentionally violated the spirit of the law. Maybe your loophole will stand up. Maybe you won't be prosecuted as aggressively as you should be. But I hope you're being straight with other members of your coalition about how you are on a tight wire walking the legal line and the potential consequences of a misstep might entail. Second offense, a year in jail. You keep playing with fire, you just might get burnt. Second offense, a year in jail. That is the risk you put yourself and your fellow coalition members on this board in. A year in jail.
Yeah.
Public comment number 16 is Cindy Corneli, Talmadge Township.
Hello, I will be short. I wasn't planning on being here, so I didn't get anything big prepared. You got kind of a tough crowd here. Mr. Moss, thank you, all of you, for what you are doing. You've taken on quite a job with quite a lot of people who disagree with you, but I thank you very much. And Mr. Gibbs, I'm supposed to talk to you, right? Okay. I'm happy that Mr. Gibbs is here. Okay. And I welcome him. And thank you all. I know you're going to need a lot of strength because when we hear these people and how upset they seem to be, you know, there are many people who are behind you. We voted for you and we stand behind you. And thank you very much.
Thank you.
Comment number 17 is Kay Summers from Crockery Township.
Oh, come on, I can't hear him. Where did you go? Speak up, Mr. Clerk.
Order.
Thank you. Good evening, Mr. Chair and board members. My name is Kay Sumners and I live in Nunica, Crockery Township, Precinct 1. I want to thank all of you for running for these positions. It was a tough campaign, and I'm so glad that you prevailed. I want to thank you for sticking to your campaign promises, and just know that I support what you were doing. I thank you for being united and taking a stand with us and for us. In order for you to get the job done, the work done, you need to have a staff around you to help support that effort. I am proud that I belong here and that we are free. We can have diversity of thought and diversity in speech. Civility must remain. You will be called names and vilified, and I'm sorry for that. Please know that you have much support and love from the people in your community, and I thank you.
Thank you.
Mr. Chair, it appears we have some difficulty with folks hearing. So is it your wish for me to wait for the applause to finish before proceeding with announcement of public comment?
Yes, that'd be helpful. And if everybody in the crowd could please limit your applause to a shorter timeline, that'll help us continue the meeting quickly. Thank you.
You bet. We have public comment number 18, which is Holly Little from Park Township.
Good evening. My name is Holly Little, and I'm a resident of Park Township. I want to start by saying that I appreciate the change of meeting times enacted by this Board of Commissioners at its organizational meeting on January 3rd. I think that alternating between morning and evening meetings will allow more citizens to attend and better understand the work of the commission. That said, I am appalled at every other decision that was taken at that meeting. For a body, the majority of whom campaigned on bringing transparency to county government, there was precious little transparency in evidence. As a result of the changes that were ramrodded through at that meeting with little regard for due process, I felt compelled to attend the commission's first meeting 2 weeks ago. That was the first governmental meeting I have ever attended in my adult life. I was extremely dismayed that Commissioner Zylstra's reasonable motion to bring the Kalman Law Group in on an interim basis until February 28th, while a formal RFP process was conducted, was voted down. I have no doubt that the outcome would not have changed unless there's a county policy that requires the lowest qualifying proposal to be accepted, and you were concerned that the Coleman Group would not be that group. But it would have gone a long way toward inspiring any sort of trust in this commission. That leads me to conclude that you are not really interested in governing fairly, equitably, and transparently, but rather in advancing your personal agenda, or should I say Ottawa Impact's agenda. As someone commented at the last meeting, just because you can doesn't mean you should. Thank you.
Thank you.
Public comment number 19 is Donna Mooney from Georgetown Township.
Good evening, commissioners. As a citizen and taxpayer, I'd like to express my sincerest support and appreciation for the new board of commissioners, and especially those commissioners who had the courage to implement most of their campaign promises on their first day in office. Change is never easy. You were elected, some of you by very large margins, for the promises you campaigned on, and I think it was a shock to some people that you implemented those promises on your first day in office. I have faith that as you move forward and address the county's business, you'll develop and grow your working relationship for the betterment of the people of Ottawa County. We should celebrate that we now have a board that's more diverse than it's ever been. We have moms on this board and a new administrator in Mr. Gibbs, who all bring very diverse backgrounds to our county, and we're lucky to have them. I'd also like to express my support for Nathaniel Kelly as Ottawa County Health Director. If his background and qualifications meet the state's requirements for the job, then his process and appointment to that position should move forward. I'd like to encourage the BOC to develop civics and constitution programs in the county to help educate and engage the public on their rights, the structure of government, and how the different branches of government work. This would be a benefit to our community by engaging the public and empowering them to get involved at the local level, developing an understanding of what a constitutional republic is and how it relates to our freedom. I respectfully ask that the Board of Commissioners reject any monies from any non-governmental organizations out of the state for the purpose of influencing our election process, specifically those funds from Facebook founder Mark Zuckerberg, otherwise known as Zuckerbucks. The elections in Ottawa County and the outcomes thereof are for the Ottawa County residents who live here and pay taxes. Accepting these funds from outside organizations heavily involved in censoring opposing views compromises the integrity of the elections for the people of this county. I would also urge the people listening today to use discernment with regards to any election-related advertisements, including by local media outlets, and to thoroughly do your own research or ask those you trust who do. Trust nothing you see and question everything. The sole purpose of some of these outside organizations and their monies is to influence our people in our elections. Ottawa County says no. Thank you for your time, and God bless you all.
Thank you. Thank you.
Public comment number 20 is Charity McMaster, Spring Lake Village.
My name is Charity McMaster, and I am from Spring Lake. I know that as Ottawa Impact candidates, those of you newly elected from that pack have agreed to certain actions. One of them being the dissolution of the DEI office and anything similar to it. And you have done this citing the Martin Luther King Jr. quote that you prefer to judge on the content of one's character rather than the color of one's skin. But by picking this one piece out from the entire I Have a Dream speech, you completely missed Dr. King's message of how to do that. How do you judge people equally if you can't see everyone? If you want to judge everyone equally, then you must see everyone. A doorway to a building gives everyone the same equal access. How wide the door is, whether there are steps, a door jamb not flush with the floor, a ramp, these things must be taken into account when you are considering the access that people have to the door. If you are only judging the people who can make it through the door without these other considerations, then you are not seeing everyone. You attempt equal judgment based on content of character is only reaching those who can make it through the door. You are not judging equitably. We don't all need a ramp. And we might not need a ramp now, but we might later. I might not ever need one, and my neighbor might always need one. I want you to see my neighbor as well as me. And how will you do that? How will you know who is not being seen? If you cannot judge the content of the character of all people, a DEI office can identify who is being overlooked and who has that need and where it is, and bring people together to meet it as a community. Dissolving that office demonstrates a deliberate inattentiveness and a gross negligence on your part to all the people of Ottawa County. I encourage you to think about equity and the allowances that have been made for you. How lucky we have been in this county and the opportunities afforded just because of where we live in our zip code. Whatever promises were made to Ottawa Impact, you are now Ottawa County Commissioners. You have a responsibility to us, the constituents, not a PAC. We trust our leaders to act with compassion and acceptance and to use their power of office to make decisions that embody fairness and justice. Ubuntu. We are all in this together. We belong. We treat others as we wish to be treated. These are all the same thing. You can do better. Please do.
Thank you.
Public comment number 22, Kelly Rice, Crockery Township.
Good evening. I'd like to take a minute to express my concern as an Ottawa County taxpayer on issues related to the process by which a legal firm, county administrator, and pending health officer were hired during the Board of Commissioners meeting earlier this month. First, I want to address the procurement and hiring processes. I'm a professional consultant with over 30 years of experience, and I have bid on as well as evaluated numerous county and state contracts during that time. Although each entity has its own nuances for selecting professional support services, they almost always contain the same basic requirements: demonstration of qualifications, project or task understanding, and price or billing rates. Ottawa County is no different in how they handle responsible procurement, as they have a well-defined procurement policy as well as a hiring process. Although I can't present the policies in their entirety, I'd like to read a few pertinent sections from the county's procurement policy. Under procedure, fair, open, and equitable competition, the county conducts procurement transactions by fair and open competition to reduce the opportunity for favoritism and to inspire public confidence that purchases are equitable and economical. Under ethics and accountability, offering or receiving any gratuities, personal benefit, or kickback in connection with any purchasing or contracting decision violates ethical standards and the value of fair competition and is therefore strictly prohibited. Under spend thresholds, purchases greater than $35,000 are considered a formal solicitation. These purchases require a competitive bid or proposal for goods, services, or construction in which a well-defined scope is conveyed by public notice. Proposal submissions must be made in conformance with the prescribed written format. It's also important to note that in the January 3rd Commissioner Orientation Packet, it reads, "County Commissioners are responsible for understanding and adhering to all applicable county policies." I don't believe anyone is challenging the Board of Commissioners' authority to make new consultant or staff hires, but it is important that these hires be done in accordance with existing policies and in the spirit of open and responsible taxpayer representation. So when a new Board of Commissioners hires 3 new positions with no advance notice to the public or even its own commissioners, that raises a lot of eyebrows. As a taxpayer, I want to know that the county's formal solicitation requirements on hiring processes, which include public notices and interview committees, were followed. I have serious doubts about the applicable or minimum required experience for the recent hires, and those concerns can't be rectified because no qualifications were submitted by any of the new hires prior to award, and no one else was invited to bid or apply. None of these were any type of emergency hires, so I'm very concerned by the lack of transparency, and I fear Ottawa County employees and residents will end up paying in the end. Thank you.
Thank you.
Public comment number 21 is Kevin Crow from Allendale Township.
Good evening, everyone. Thanks for letting me speak. I'm glad I live in a country where I can speak. Chairman Moss, if you would personally thank Commissioner Kern for me. I sent her an email after the last meeting because I behaved in a very discourteous and rude manner towards her, and I want to apologize to her. She was professional and courteous enough to answer me right away. Quite a lengthy email, I might say, but it was very informative. I had a chance to speak with her tonight. So I just wanted to thank her for answering my questions and responding to me. And I can tell you that after speaking with her and reading her email, she exhibits a lot of the qualities that I think we'd expect in commissioners. Compassion, conviction, a willingness and a desire to serve everyone in the county, and integrity. For the Ottawa Impact members, that's spelled INTEGRITY, in case you want to look it up later and find out what it actually means, because I don't think that most of you do. Just the actions of the last couple meetings, everything that you've done, it's not the way that we want things done here in Ottawa County. Oh, there's so many secrets and so many things done in the dark. Chairman Moss, I just wonder if you know what the phrase conflict of interest means. Several people have talked about it tonight. You don't answer the questions. The press has asked you several times. You either walk away, shut the door in their face, or say there is no conflict of interest. Great answer. I guess if you tell a lie enough or tell something enough times, people will start believing it. Not. Your business partner's uncle is Dave Kalman. I just wonder how that phone call went. I mean, he's obviously your friend. He's your business partner. He'd call up his uncle and say, hey, I've got this great no bid contract worth $234,000. How would you like to have it? Experience? Oh, 20 years ago, municipal experience? Doesn't matter. We'll get you in. Joe's got a mandate. It's just despicable. I know that they're the darlings of the Christian right because they defend them whenever they want to discriminate against the LGBT community, but that is not giving them the qualifications to be our county attorney. 20 years ago, they had municipal experience. So is there a catch up here? Are they going to get caught up to speed in the next year or so? I think it was Commissioner Bergman brought up last time that there was a conflict of interest and every one of you had to vote that you didn't have one, including Commissioner Chairman Moss. I can't wait till a lot of the stuff comes out and sees the light of day. You may not have actually broken the law as far as the Open Meetings Act, but there's such a thing as the smell test. My dad used to talk about this, the smell test. If it's something you don't think somebody else should have done, you probably shouldn't have done it either. That's all I got to say.
Thank you.
Public comment number 22 is Kelly Rice of Crockery Township. Sorry. Public comment number 23 is Rebecca Patrick from Allendale Township.
I'm Rebecca Patrick and I live in Allendale Township. I'd like to set my remarks to you, Mr. Moss, in the context of two words, shameless and untrustworthy. If any of you voted or spoke in opposition to the most controversial actions this board approved at its January 3rd meeting, thank you. For the rest of you, let me use those words in a couple of sentences. This board appears to have a shameless disregard for the norms of open government and the ethics around avoiding the appearance of a conflict of interest. Therefore, this board is untrustworthy in the eyes of the residents of Ottawa County. This is no small matter. Without trust, this board becomes a dull tool, causing more problems than it solves. Some of you may not care that the board appears to be shameless and untrustworthy. If that's you, I'm appalled, but I probably can't change your minds. But I think there are others of you who are uncomfortable with the shamelessness. You know you should be trustworthy, and you're the ones I'm talking to. Here's my advice to you. Stop listening to those who tell you it's just a necessary part of the process. It isn't. Elected officials who operate in good faith don't behave like this. Think for yourself. Stop stirring up division and anger. Use your voice, your vote, your influence to do the right thing going forward. Stop sending patronizing form letters to people who question you using platitudes like, we know change is hard. Meet with them, talk to the press. Don't keep hiding away like someone who's ashamed or afraid. If your ideas are so good, own them and try to persuade people of their worth. It's how good government works. Conduct yourself in a way that shows you value the Open Meetings Act, the board rules, and the ethics around conflict of interest. Seize this opportunity to head off an investigation that could result in your being held personally liable for penalties and fees for violating the Open Meetings Act. Move to reconsider all the agenda items properly from your January 3rd meeting. Then will the people of Ottawa County stop thinking of you as shameless and begin to call you trustworthy. It really doesn't need to be this hard. Thank you for your time.
Thank you.
Number 24 is Liz Ramy from Allendale Township.
A good friend read me these words last night, and I felt compelled to share them with you. Those who reject the truth like to laugh, mock, and call us conspiracy theorists when we talk about the truth. But the truth doesn't change just because others refuse to accept it. Noah spent 100 years building the ark and warning everyone that God was sending a flood. The people laughed and mocked Noah for his conspiracy theory, but their rejection didn't change the truth. God did send a flood. Imagine how Noah must have felt to be treated as the crazy guy for an entire century. However, Noah understood the reality of the flood was greater than the temporary laughter of those around him. We are in the same boat today, literally. The Bible says, as it was in the days of Noah, so shall also the coming of the Son of Man be, in Matthew 24:38. We know the truth of God's word and what's happening around us. Sure, we get laughed at and seen as crazy by those who refuse to believe the truth, but we must remember the reality of the truth is greater than the laughter of those around us. Those in Noah's day laughed, mocked, and criticized, but then it started raining. Their disbelief did not change reality. Today, there will be those who laugh, mock, and criticize, but there is a day coming where they will see God face to face. Their disbelief will not change reality. Though the world laughs, keep serving God, keep trusting Jesus, keep pursuing the truth, keep reaching the lost, keep sharing what is happening around us. May we never trade the timeless truth of God for the temporary approval of those around us. Thank you for your continued service and commitment to all. Stay courageous and bold. I am in support of the actions taken and excited to see how you will continue to lead. I am proud to reside in a county where freedom rings.
Thank you. Thank you.
Number 25, Amber Sisilski. I apologize. I'm getting that incorrectly. Allendale Township.
My name is Amber Shashevsky. I live in Allendale. I would just like to let the commissioners know I stand in full support of you and the direction in which you are moving. The people of our community voted you into those seats because we believe in you. We chose you to represent this district. Many of us chose you because we were tired of the words of the previous board not matching the actions of the previous board. For 2 years, I spoke to a board of conservative commissioners who proved to have a serious lack of backbone. Fast forward to summer of 2022, your community had conversations with you. We read through what you stood for. We asked you questions and we learned about your vision for Ottawa County. We learned about your values and then we voted confidently for you. We trust you. You've already faced massive backlash. Thank you for standing strong. While it is a positive thing that the community is using their voices, I hope they are able to do so in an appropriate way. You will never please everyone. I speak for many when I say your supporters stand with you as you pursue the changes in legal counsel and tackle the changes that need to be made in Ottawa County. These are weighty decisions and we trust that you do not take them lightly. Thank you in advance for the time that you have and will continue to spend preparing information for the rest of the board and also for the public. Thank you for being an example of courageous leaders. It may not feel like much, but there are a lot of people in your community who stand behind you. We trust you, we support you, we pray for you. We are thankful for your leadership. I love Ottawa County and I am so grateful for the new vision and the goals that this board holds. Please stay strong, Ottawa County, where freedom rings.
Thank you.
Number 26 is Dale Sullivan. I think I got that one right. Spring Lake Village.
Hi, thank you for the opportunity to address you all. My name is Dale Sullivan. My wife and I live in Spring Lake. She has lived there since 2012. I joined her after being up in Fargo for a few years and then was able to move down and be with her. I also want to say, besides giving that background information, that I am a born-again Christian. I say that because many people in this room claim to be born-again Christians, and I don't doubt that they are. And perhaps they will listen to me if they know that I too am a born-again Christian. I do not share the philosophy of Ottawa Impact. I believe that as Christians, we should not try to force our views on the public. I believe the public should be an open place where people from all sorts of faiths or not faiths can participate freely. Now, I was department head of the University of Minnesota rhetoric in the Twin Cities. I was department head of English at North Dakota State in Fargo. I directed the undergraduate program in science and technical communication at Michigan Tech. I have been a visiting professor in Denmark and in Maastricht, Netherlands. I was a visiting professor at Missouri State, the University of Missouri Science and Technology. In other words, I have been in the academic public sphere for most of my career. I retired at the end of 2016. Now, I also taught in a private Christian school in Wenham, Massachusetts before that at Gordon College. Let me just say that I'm interested in hiring. When we hired, we always had to make sure that we spelled out what the credentials for the job were. We had to get it approved. We had to send it forward. We had to advertise it nationally. We had to receive all of the applications. We had to go through them and look for the best match. If we didn't do that, we left ourselves open to lawsuits. Similarly, we could not fire people who had continuing contracts. We could not do that unless it was just cause. If they had been hired under a description, a job description, and we had been doing reviews, we couldn't change that unless they were not performing. So I would just ask, were those things done in the recent hiring and firing?
Thank you.
Number 27 is Robert Collins, Spring Lake Village.
Good evening, board. I am Bob Collins from the village of Spring Lake. I made a mistake this morning. I woke up. No, that wasn't it. I read the contract signed by the Ottawa Impact members of this board. It cites the Declaration of Independence and Donald Trump, but most telling, it was signed under the phrase Soli Deo Gloria, which translates for the glory of God alone. The Declaration of Independence does not count. You serfs and peons do not count. The SS stormtroopers of Germany wore a belt buckle with the motto, Gott mit uns, God is with us. No, Ottawa Impact, you have a broad responsibility to a broad and diverse community of different races, educational levels, religious, political views, and rural and city concerns. No, Ottawa Impact, your references to liberty is bullcrap. Your declaration is Soli Deo Gloria, for the glory of God alone. You seek to impose a theocracy. You are Christian nationalists who believe that our US Constitution is predicated on the Bible. Our Declaration of Independence has been cited by your ilk as one basis for showing that our nation was founded in Christianity because it contains 4 references to God. Number 1, nature's God. 2, creator. 3, the supreme judge of the world. 4, divine providence. Please note that these are Renaissance references to God, not a God of the Father or Jesus. We emerged from the dark ages when Christianity and Islam ruled in an age of superstition and joined the king, queen, emperor, caliphs, royal institutions of those centuries. The Renaissance incorporated the ideas and principles of reason and science, which was reflected in the thoughts of our founding fathers as they endorsed the Declaration of Independence and later wrote the US Constitution.
Number 28 is Jeannie Lutz from Robinson Township.
Hello, my name is Jeannie Lutz from Robinson Township. I know that the common thing is for people to come and speak out when they have a complaint. I wish to offset that trend with my public compliments and support to the new board. I want to thank the new board members for doing the hard thing of stepping up and working for changes that reflect the will of a majority of Ottawa County residents. I'm grateful that our new board has been elected by such a significant margin. There was a voter turnout near 70% of eligible voters in Ottawa County. The majority of these voters clearly and decisively elected you because you are in alignment with the values that we hold. The majority of voters were not in agreement with the direction and policies of the former board. I'm pleased to have John Gibbs as our new county administrator, as he is a true conservative voice for our conservative county. I am also pleased to have Nate Kelly as our new health director. He is experienced in public health and will be much more likely to make decisions based on all of the facts instead of emotions and fear. I would also like to give a shout out to Kristen Kelly and Tammy Clark for all of their time and talent over these last few years in speaking up for the health and welfare and trying to educate the citizens of Ottawa County, the state of Michigan, and ultimately the United States. Excuse me. They've been strong voices of reason and knowledge against an unreasonable set of mandates imposed upon us. Changes can be difficult and unsettling, but please don't lose courage to do what needs to be done, enacting policies that reflect the majority that strongly agrees with the new board members. And I didn't need a lot of words to express myself, so it's not 7 paragraphs. And I also second the removal of electronic voting machines. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Clerk, it's almost 8 o'clock. Just want to check with the boards. It's important that we are all able to stay and listen to as many comments as possible. Does anybody need to take a quick break? I'm good to keep going. Okay.
Thanks, Mr. Chair. Number 29, Deb Raulia, City of Holland.
My name is Deb Raulia, and I live in the city of Holland and cast my vote for Doug Zylstra as our District 3 Commissioner. Did a majority of Ottawa County registered voters support Ottawa Impact at the polls? The data clearly says no. According to the well-written, thorough Holland Sentinel article by Sarah Leach on Sunday, January 22nd, Ottawa Impact does not have a mandate. Whit Kilburn, professor at Grand Valley, explains in the article, to have a mandate, you really need to have a candidate or an issue that can see broad support from both parties. The article takes a close look at districts 4, 5, 7, 8, 9, and 11. In those 6 districts, there are 111 registered voters. Only 111,000 registered voters, sorry. Only 33,000 voted for any candidate for commissioner. Of those, only 21,000 voted for an Ottawa Impact candidate. This means that 89,000 registered voters did not vote for Ottawa Impact candidates. 80% of the registered voters in districts 4, 5, 7, 8, 9, and 11 did not vote for Ottawa Impact candidate. So no, Ottawa Impact does not have broad support of a majority of Ottawa County registered voters. As commissioners, you say you are listening, but some of you aren't. Some of you do way more talking and telling. You need to start listening to everyone in this diverse county. People are watching your actions. Stop acting as if you have everyone's support and start listening to everyone and including everyone in this diverse county where we all belong. Thank you.
Thank you.
Number 30 is Karen Obitz from Spring Lake.
Good evening. I am Karen Obitz, Spring Lake, Michigan. And I was distressed to read an article published earlier this month in Bridge, Michigan with the following headline: Ottawa County hires law firm that sought to void 2020 election. The article also included information about how common legal groups sued over vaccine mandates at universities, fought LGBT anti-discrimination policies, and in general brought cases that established the firm as conservative. Well, I hope that the criterion conservative was not the only attribute considered in choosing to hire Coleman. But I'm here to speak to an even greater concern I have about this law firm, which is the suit in Wayne County they brought in 2020 in which they sought to void the election. The January 10 Bridge article I referenced provided a link to a November 11, 2020 Detroit Free Press article describing the lawsuit David Coleman brought against Wayne County and Detroit election officials. Per the Free Press, at a hearing related to the court case, attorney David Coleman claimed that local election officials had failed to refute claims of election fraud leveled against them and stated his right to ask the court to intervene to block certification of the election results. The lawsuit also asked the court to void the November 3 election and order a new one. I'm no lawyer, but I don't believe voiding an election is a thing. But election denialism is, and it's dangerous. I'm concerned about the yet unclear motives behind the unusual efforts taken by some of the commissioners to hire Coleman as legal counsel. Ottawa County residents, beware.
Thank you.
Number 31 is Andrea Hill from Holland Township.
Hello, Adria Hill from Holland Township. As a constituent, I have some basic expectations of my elected officials. First, that you work for the greater good of Ottawa County. Second, you conduct business in a legal and professional manner that aligns with best practices. Now, there are times when you are going to need to take swift, decisive action, but those occasions should be few. The changes you made earlier this month do not require this type of action. Instead, many of the decisions you made could have been stronger if you would have discussed the changes with knowledgeable county staff and advisors and had open conversations with each other and the community. There are consequences to using the wrong decision-making approach. Now, the county staff you need to enact the changes you've made, they're stunned. They are unsure of what to do because of the abrupt changes. They are worried that the wrong move will lead to their termination. Furthermore, your colleagues on this board that you need to work with over the next 2 years cannot trust you. If you would have taken a more consultative approach to these decisions, you would have gained perspectives beyond your own, gauged how your decisions would play out politically, gained access to technical knowledge that you do not possess, and gotten buy-in from key stakeholders. Over the next 2 years, our county needs you to take a different approach to the decisions you make. We need you to conduct business in a legal and professional manner. We need you to work towards the greater good of Ottawa County.
Thank you.
Number 32 is Tom Manning from Zealand.
Hello, y'all. I'm a physician. I live in Zealand. And I'm going to address you, but really what I want to address is the people here. I was very surprised when I got here and how many people were here, and I've listened to the comments. And I want to talk to the people in the audience. The world is sort of divided into two groups. There's the common people, the average citizen, and then there's the sort of the elite ruling class of the world, which is much smaller. The common people are much, much larger in number. We desire to do good, to be honest, to raise families, to engage in work, and to give prosperity to our community. The elites, the minority at the top, the 1%, they include foreign adversaries, they include men of great ambition who live domestically within us. They wish to serve themselves. They wish to become unduly wealthy. They wish to create internal divisions and start foreign wars. They wish to accumulate power. They wish to demolish the family and to abolish the founding principles of our nation. What do the common citizens want? They want free and fair elections. They want the Bill of Rights. They want medical self-determination. They want secure borders. They want the rule of law. What do the elites want? What do they promote? They promote discord. They have us fight over gender, over race, over economic standing. They do name calling, religious division, inflammatory speech. They make outlandish accusations. They spew propaganda. They violate common sense, like why should the grown man be in a locker room with children or young women? But we have to remember as people that these things that are proposed and thrust upon us by the elite, these are weapons. They're used against us as the common citizens to divide us. And just as importantly, to exploit us economically. We all have problems with inflation, money printing, sending our jobs overseas so that multinational corporations can make money off of slave labor. They want to restrict our access to energy so that we can't heat our homes and we can't drive our cars. So I'm asking the people in this audience, I want you to try to think about how you can unite yourselves. Unite yourselves behind American values. Things like hard work, honesty, and the things on your coinage. Everybody can take out a coin in this room and see three things. Liberty. That means you're not ruled by a tyrannical government, that you control your own life. They don't tell you what to put in your body. They don't tell you what you can spend. The other three things are e pluribus unum, that we're united, and in God we trust, which means we value Christian values. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you.
Number 33 is Kelly Rujink, Zealand.
Hi, I'm Kelly Verjink. I grew up in Jenison and went to public school there. I just wanted to reach out today to remind our Board of Commissioners that they serve all of Ottawa County, not just the Christian friends who put them here on the board. Ottawa County represents people from multiple religions, as well as those who do not practice or hold a religion. We are home to many marginalized groups that need programs in place to ensure that they have equitable access to things that many of us have and take for granted. I love our community, and I know there's no perfect community out there, but for Ottawa County to continue forward, we need our commissioners to step up, own up, and do better. You claim transparency, and yet many people have discovered a great lack of transparency thanks to Freedom of Information documents. You need to be honest, apologize, and do better. For better, for worse, you are appointed now and you have responsibilities to your community. We're watching and we will hold you accountable.
Thank you.
34 is Nick Brock from Granville.
My name is Nick Brock. I live in the city of Granville. I'm the executive director of Vote Common Good West Michigan and the co-founder of the Unifying Coalition of Ottawa County. I want to thank you for having me here tonight and taking my public comment. In 1973, Michigan Governor William Milliken declared a code of ethics be established for state public officials and employees as a way to safeguard against conflicts of interest and thereby promote faith in the integrity of governance. Governor Milliken's declaration set in motion legislation to introduce a permanent statutory body called the State Board of Ethics. The bill drew overwhelming support from the Republican-led Senate and further agreement in the Democratic-led House. And less than a year later, the bill passed and Governor Milliken, a Republican, enacted the Standards of Conduct for Public Officers and Employees Act of 1973. The title of the act reflects its objective: to provide standards of conduct for public officers and state employees, also to inform about the behavior which is expected, and moreover, to provide the public with a tool to measure those expectations. Those standards prohibit 7 areas of conduct and are summarized as follows. Number 1, violating government confidences. Number 2, engaging in transactions which one may benefit from. Number 3, using resources under one's official control for personal benefit. Number 4, accepting gifts or favors to influence performance. Number 5, engaging in employment, which may impair objectivity. Number 6, participating in official actions relating to any business entity in which there is an indirect interest. And number 7, representing one's personal opinion as that of the government agency. The weakness of the act, however, is that state elected officials, like yourself, are not subject to the jurisdiction of the State Board of Ethics. Which leads me to this question. What clear and defined code of conduct for ethical behavior does this body abide by, so as to safeguard against conflicts of interest and thereby promote faith in the integrity of governance in Ottawa County? Thank you.
Thank you.
Number 35 is Mike Karras, Spring Lake Township.
Good evening. My name is Michael Karras. I'm a resident of Spring Lake Township, and I'd like to address the subject of the board's minutes. I've done this before. You, as the chair, invite members of our community to address you and to identify themselves and to state where they reside. And then that's duly recorded in the minutes. I would ask that you add to that burden of those standing before you to also identify the topic that they're going to address for the few minutes and to include that in the minutes. I cannot always attend these meetings, but I do find value in reading the minutes of the meeting. And now that there are large numbers of people feeling the urgency to address you, including that information in the minutes would be of great benefit to me and probably to many others. Thank you.
Thank you.
Number 36 is Joel Studebaker, Jamestown Township.
Joel Studebaker, Jamestown. I wholeheartedly support the decisions made on January 3rd, the appointments of John Gibbs, of Nathaniel Kelly, of the Coleman Group and the elimination of the DEI department. I support the freedom of the commissioners to live personal lives as citizens of our free country, just as every other citizen. I support and implore you to continue down the path that we, the Ottawa Impact citizens, voted for with great excitement in overwhelming numbers. I want to address some topics raised previously. Some don't like the commissioner's affiliation with Ottawa Impact. Are any of the other commissioners, past and or present, affiliated with any other groups? Do commissioners get to enjoy freedom of assembly? Does the First Amendment not apply to the commissioners? On the concern that John Gibbs and Coleman Legal aren't from Ottawa County. Doug Van Essen was a resident of Muskegon County while serving as corporate counsel. Was that ever a problem? On the idea that John Gibbs wasn't voted for by the residents of Ottawa County. Hillary Skolton received 22,164 votes. John Gibbs received 27,793 votes in Ottawa County, but the numbers speak for themselves. On the previous mention of a lack of medical qualifications on the BOC, we have at least 2 highly regarded and qualified nurses on the BOC. So the claim that there is no medical expertise in the board is patently false. On the topic of previous speakers disparaging those of us who put our faith in Jesus Christ, every single belief system requires faith, including atheism, which has enough faith to believe that all of the existence came from nothing, quite literally a scientific impossibility. I am in favor of every American citizen to have faith as they choose. This is in line with the vision of our founding fathers. To quote one of my favorite artists, NF, when they're going through some problems, that's the only time they call him. I guess they don't understand that life. Wonder why? Because I'm all in till the day I die. Till the wheels fall off, till the spotlight fades, I will lift your banner high. Lord, I'll lift your banner high. Until the walls crash in for the rest of my days. I'll lay it all on the line till the day I die, till the day I die. At the end of the day, government is not the solution. Government is here to support we the people. We are a representative republic. We the people are in charge. We elect people to represent us when we can't be present for meetings like this, for leadership positions, etc. The people of Ottawa County spoke when we voted. We the people aren't going away. In fact, we will strengthen exponentially. Your leadership has been fantastic. You have done exactly what the voters asked. I am very excited about the future under your leadership of Ottawa County, where freedom rings.
Thank you.
.37 Kelsey Studebaker, Jamestown Township.
Kelsey Studebaker, Jamestown Township. Mr. Chairman, I am here today to hopefully provide some insight into what we see happening in our community. Why are some people very happy with the new direction this board has taken, while others are very upset? Sorry, my phone disabled, so I don't know. I think that the problem is that we all think that we're doing the right thing. We all view ourselves as fighting for a just cause. But the problem is that we all think we're good, but the problem is we're using the wrong standard of goodness by which to judge ourselves. For when we compare ourselves to others, which is how we a lot of times view our goodness, we can easily find someone who is worse than we are and therefore conclude that we are good. If, however, we were to use God's standard of goodness as outlined in the 10 Commandments, we would quickly see that there is no one who is good, not even one. For we have all lied or stolen or taken the Lord's name in vain or dishonored our parents. And when we break God's law, we sin against him. And the Bible says that the wages of sin is death and eternal separation from God in a horrible place called hell, where the worm never dies and the fire is never quenched. It horrifies me to think that anyone would succumb to such a fate. So how do we avoid this fate? Well, most of us know that God, who is rich in mercy, sent his son Jesus to die on the cross to pay the penalty for our sins if we repent and put our trust in him. But what they don't understand is that we broke God's law, and that's why Jesus had to die to pay our fine. And so if you were on a plane 10,000 feet up and you had to jump, what would motivate you to put a parachute on? Fear. In that case, fear is your friend, not your enemy, because it drives you to put on the parachute that will save your life. The Bible says that the fear of the Lord is the beginning of wisdom, because that fear will drive us to Jesus, who will save us. I think that the reason that we have so much dissension in our community is because this message has been watered down and misunderstood. And I hope that people will hear it today and that God will convict their hearts to turn to him, turn back to God, and that those who believe in this message would dare to speak up and proclaim it as well, so that we can see a great revival happen in our community, our county, and our state. And that I just thank you so much for allowing me to speak today. And I thank you for all that you're doing. We appreciate you. Thank you.
Thank you.
Number 38, Rich Dousman, Wright Township.
Good evening. My name is Rich Dosman. I'm from Wright Township in Ottawa County. I read in some articles this past week that many of you were called names like racists, troglodytes, idiots. And that's typically what people resort to when they don't have a reasoned argument against someone's position. I also saw that you were accused of cramming certain beliefs down people's throats. My comments this evening are about the DEI, Diversity, Equity, Inclusion Office that you eliminated. A large majority of those voting for commissioners voted the majority of you in because of the promises that you made, one of which was to eliminate that program. I'm one of those people, and I thank you very much for doing so. It's refreshing when people keep their campaign promises. And I must say that on the Republican side, that doesn't seem to happen very often. The Diversity, Equity, and Inclusion program can sound very good, and typically people who favor it point out aspects of it with language that makes it look good. Just like a nice meal, it's in the presentation. However, when a nice meal has a little poison in it and you consume it, it can kill you. Those who want to push diversity, equity, and inclusion onto society are either ignorant of the poison or worse. So they want you to focus on how good they make it look. Thank you so much for eliminating that office. Thank you for rejecting the meal that they wanted to cram down our throats.
Thank you.
Number 39, Virginia Greenlee Park Township. But Bruce, you can come too.
I'm 39.
You're next to you. Oh, sorry.
My name is Bruce Greenlee. I live in Park Township. Today, I'm here to support the approval of Nathan Kelly as the Chief Health Officer of Ottawa County to replace outgoing Officer Lisa Stepanovsky. The current interim officer, Ms. Hambley, has been the employee of Ottawa County Health Department before and during the COVID crisis. She was approved over 2 external candidates as she had more of the same, quote, philosophy of the OCHD, according to previous county administrator, John Shea. I am a 13-year resident of Ottawa County, having lived 4 years in Spring Lake and now 9 years in Holland. I worked in direct patient care as a physical therapist for over 36 years. The last 12 of these were in West Michigan facilities. I worked the last 4 years one-on-one with inpatients in the hospital from April 2020 through November 2021. I worked directly with COVID patients in their rooms. This included the ICU. It's interesting to me how ideas, policies, and philosophies change dramatically, as they still do as truth unfolds. We all saw federal and then forced upon counties. Some states, including my home state of South Dakota, never locked down or mandated masks or injections, and their stats of illness and deaths were far below the per capita stats in Michigan. And their economy surged upwards. Initially in April 2020, I worked on one-on-one with a very small number of inpatients, as most hospitals struggled to not go under due to minuscule patient census. about September 2020, until about September 2020, patients were treated effectively with vitamin D, antibiotics, antiviral, zinc, and hydroxychloroquine. No matter the age, with those with severe respiratory symptoms, positive PCR tests, patients were discharged in a couple of days without mechanical ventilation or readmission due to COVID. After remdesivir was mandated by the CDC and FDA, I worked with and cared for scores of patients personally in the winter of 20 and 21, many of which died after being advanced to mechanical ventilator. This was a travesty and heartbreaking experience for me. This was all brought on by policy carried out by state and local health departments.
Thank you, Bruce.
And number 39 is Virginia Greenlee, Park Township. It's number 39, Virginia.
My husband. I'm
Okay. You're free to speak.
Yes, I am Virginia Greenlee from Park Township. Thank you to all of you on our Ottawa County Board of Commissioners. And thank you, John Gibbs. Thank you for putting up with all the persecution, but Jesus did too. We need a health officer that can think outside the box, outside the misinformation and disinformation and conflicts of interest from financial and government entities in bed with CDC, deep state pharma, the globalist agenda, pressures, incentives, favors, and such obligations. We want resourceful, responsible, real scientific and physiologically minded leaders at the helm of policies and practices that truly benefit and protect our communities without scare tactics or paid media propaganda that psychologically beckons compliance without factually backing it up. As a health professional of over 30 years, when did we ever promote contagious diseases from the non-symptomatic? Asymptomatic people were considered to be infectious? Really? Did we cancel the longstanding classic and cardinal symptoms and signs of infections? Do we not have functioning immune systems at work 24/7? Do we really need invalid PCR tests set at high thresholds to deliver positive results which are added to the case-demic, plandemic? The inventor of the PCR test, Carrie Mullins, who was coincidentally taken out, had warned that the PCR tests were not valid to be used as they were. And to date, no pure COVID results have ever been proven or provided from any autopsies, not pure COVID, thank you. What are we going to do going forward? More masking when the masks aren't able to prevent virus transmission any better than a fence preventing a mosquito from trespassing? Are we going to continue the propaganda promoting the EUA COVID vaccine on the youngest of kids now, with the addition of remdesivir treatment that has already proven to be fatal? 50% fatality, 1 out of 50. That's why Dr. Fauci chose that. And how many athletes will continue to be casualties from permanent damage due to COVID injections? I know of 4 individuals personally that died from the remdesivir treatment unnecessarily. And we want to do that to kids. They were not COVID deaths, not even ventilator deaths, but hospital mismanagement because of financial incentivization and malfeasance protocols, of which there's an international lawsuit, by the way. The deaths did help with the depopulation agenda of 2030. For the Hippocratic Oath, healthcare workers are to first do no harm. Many professionals, including mine, still hold to that oath or similar. Hippocrates himself was a great Greek physician who became known as the father of medicine, using herbs and remedies from natural resources made by our creator and not from a lab with incentivized patented profits. Thank you.
Thank you.
Number 41, Jim Chiodo, Park Township.
Good evening. Jim Chiodo, Park Township resident for 38 years. In 1984, I was recruited by a large local furniture manufacturer from an IT department in Buffalo, New York. My first visit here gave me the impression that this was a safe, clean, refreshing, family-oriented environment where it was great to raise kids. I accepted the offer because of those things, right? And there were crime and youth problems in Buffalo. A few years earlier, a man by the name of Albus van Raalte, you might remember that name, arrived here. He and his followers came from the Netherlands to escape persecution. Now, some people that would revise history think that it has something to do that they were opposed to social changes, science, et cetera, and vaccinations. Whichever you believe, whichever reason you believe, they brought a culture of hard work, personal responsibility, values, and more that contributed to the growth and prosperity of this area. Yes, faith played a part in that, but even those not so strongly faith came to embrace the culture and the values that the followers, the original founders of Holland brought with them. The theme of this being a great place to live it was repeated to me in many conversations over many years. No one in 38 years cited wanting schools, governments, regulations to dictate removal of parental rights. No one wanted a health department's guidance to teach their 3-year-old children how to masturbate. And no one wanted their children to be entertained by drag queens or locked down from schools. If Albus and his neighbors were told to accept schools teaching children explicit sex acts and confuse boys with girls as to what they really are, he would have a heck of a lot more to say about it than just raising his voice at a board meeting. If, having raised their voices, they were accused of being homegrown terrorists or illegal bullying, they'd have picked up those shovels that they used to to dig a channel and drain the swamp. The far left media now claims the election was won by fear, mongering, etc. Ironically, months before the primary, and the local media and its pages were full of this fear mongering and hate and name calling at each and every one of you. The candidate, they prevailed.
Thank you.
Number 42, Deborah Sizek, Fort Sheldon Township.
Hello. My name is Deb Sizek. I live in Port Sheldon Township, District 1. I've been an Ottawa County resident for 45 years. I've been here long enough to see the area become more diverse and welcoming. A work in progress, but certainly the trajectory was forward until now. Am I surprised by the current backlash the majority of the Board of Commissioners is receiving? Absolutely not. What I am surprised at is the deliberate lack of transparency and lack of above board business practice that was espoused throughout the Ottawa Impact Campaign. What took place at an organizational meeting on January 3rd was unconscionable. The posted agenda had no reference to firing and replacing county employees, replacing legal counsel, absolving a department, and changing the vision statement. Not only did Chairman Moss and the Ottawa Impact Commissioners conveniently avoid public comment and input, fail to seek other bids for legal counsel, fail to submit a certifiable resume for your selected healthcare director, or inform all of your commissioners what to expect prior to the meeting. These amendments were decided well ahead of the meeting, evidenced by the fact that 3 commissioners were absent when the vote was taken regarding the vision statement, absolving the DEI and replacing the health director. During your campaign, Ottawa Impact insinuated that the former commissioners could not be trusted and did not listen to the public. By these actions, you are no different. At the second meeting, I did appreciate Commissioners Bergman, Zylstra, Curran, Terpstra, and Bonema speaking on behalf of their constituents, especially as it pertained to opening the search for legal counsel, while the remaining commissioners continue to turn a deaf ear. Apparently, they know what's best for the county, and that does not seem to include listening to public comments, including those from Ottawa County employees or your fellow commissioners. I am still your constituent, even though I did not vote for you. I recently received the 2023 winter edition of the Ottawa Way, the semi-annual newsletter of Ottawa County. I found the variety of article topics very inclusive. It appears that this publication speaks to our current vision statement, where you belong, and how citizens of all ages and walks of life can feel that Ottawa County cares about its residents by the services outlined. It is not a divisive statement as described by the current vice chair. Unfortunately,
Thank you.
Number 43, Christy Meppelink, Sealand Township.
My name is Christy Meppelink. I'm from Zealand Township. I want to thank you for the opportunity to speak today. Since the board members participate on the Talent and Recruitment Committee, you are called on to improve talent. One of the ways to improve the local talent is to improve academic proficiency in our education system. I'm here today to ask for your help to raise awareness and increase the transparency of the academic proficiency performance of all Ottawa County Public Schools. Proficiency is defined as skilled, fluent, practiced, especially in relation to a task or skill. Who is looking for proficiency? Every employer in Ottawa County. A prominent employer headquartered in Ottawa County has 51 job openings within the county. There are multiple jobs with various levels of skills and proficiencies needed. Anything from machining operations technician, which requires a high school diploma, competent in basic math skills such as counting, adding, and subtracting, communications specialist with a bachelor's degree, strong writing, proofing, editing, and word processing skills, or an IT software developer intern pursuing a bachelor's degree, knowledge of various stated software programs, a GPA of at least 3.0. I want every student in Ottawa County to achieve the academic excellence needed to meet or exceed the requirements outlined by the best employers in Ottawa County. So how are we doing? The Michigan Department of Education's definition of academic proficiency is measured on the percent of students meeting state academic standards, scoring proficient or advanced in all subjects combined on the state tests at the school and state level. The Zealand 2021 through 22 report card, which I have here, is from Michigan School Data, Michigan's official education data source. This report card covers all of the public schools in Zealand. The bottom line is 33 through 51% of the students do not meet the state academic standards for proficiency. Zealand has below average scoring among the county school districts. The lowest district is Holland, with 55 through 73% of the students not meeting the state academic standards for proficiency. On a grading scale, Zealand is a D, Holland is an F. Ottawa County is not building a proficient workforce. We are failing our children and the community. Where do we go from here? First, we have to raise awareness and increase the transparency of the academic proficiency performance of all Ottawa County public schools. I'm suggesting that the board create an academic excellence webpage on the Ottawa County website that reports the proficiency ratings for every school from Michigan School Data. Once we raise that awareness, all key stakeholders can work together to set a 2, 5, and 10-year goal to continuously improve the academic proficiency of our children. It's the responsibility and duty of the entire adult community to ensure that all children currently enrolled become capable, independent, and productive members of our community. We appreciate your willingness to serve, and we appreciate your dedication to the community. Thank you.
Thank you.
Number 44, David Moran, Allendale Township.
Good evening. I'm Dave Moran from Allendale Township, 55-year resident of Ottawa County. I've been sitting in the back room listening, and I say, wow, if you remember right, a couple weeks ago, I told you there was not a time of singing Kumbaya and holding hands. Sitting on that side of the desk, you also understand how great it is that the only one that's going to judge whether you get to go to heaven or hell is Jesus Christ. I can't help but wonder, you've only been in those chairs for 3 meetings now. Congratulations, you almost got about 1 month behind you. And you've done so much to stir up so much.
Yeah.
And I bet you if you added all the things up from the previous, other than COVID, they've never had that many all together. Because I was at some of the meetings. Unfortunately, most people don't know what the previous board was like. I do. I challenge you, go ask these people. You're going to take away their right to have a driveway. And you're going to charge them $80,000 to do it. And then you're going to lie all the way to the Supreme Court to make sure you get your way. I think they might have a different opinion about what the previous board was and what they were about. I know that you need to have people that represent you and you can trust. You need an attorney that you know will tell you the truth that works for the board. The board members, most are new, some are not. Some know and willingly allowed and endorsed what happened to me. Make no mistake, I haven't forgotten, nor has God, nor will the people, because I will keep reminding them. You were not members of this board, and you were not liable to the Open Meeting Act until you are sworn in. You have done nothing wrong. The accusations in the mud fly. The fact of the matter is you're doing the will of the people. I also told you an analogy about a boat and the direction of that boat and the fact that the boat needed to change directions and the height of the wave that is affected. I also want you to understand there's only one way to not make a wave. That's to do nothing and stand idle. The people don't want that either. So even when a boat is heading in a direction, it makes a wave, but not near as high as when it makes its sharp turn. I expect the previous board members to realize there's a change and with integrity, stand up and do their job. I look forward to the day that I can be proud of my county. Because I'm not, and you made it that way. I'll speak at the next time. Thank you very much for your time.
Thank you.
Number 45, Sally Cronkite, Blendon Township.
Sally Cronkite, I am with Blendon Township, Precinct 1. What I have learned these past few years is that being a member of a certain party, you can be a white person and pretend to be Black, then become president of the NAACP. You can be a white person, pretend to be Native American, and you can become a US Senator. You can be a Native American and pretend to be a veteran, and you can torment teenagers. You can even be a white guy and pretend not to be racist while doing the quid pro quo to Ukraine and still become the United States president. Well, I honestly don't care who people choose to pretend to be, but when it comes to electing people to office, I would prefer there be no pretending, like our previous Board of Commissioners who pretended to be Republicans. Therefore, I appreciate Ottawa Impact for stepping up to the plate in order to hold our electeds accountable with their contract while the GOP refused to do so. It isn't a secret what the goals were. The summer of riots, BLM supporters ransacked cities, destroyed businesses, and even murdered people. During that summer, many did protest peacefully. It would have been nice if those peaceful protesters spoke out against those who acted out in such violent ways. Sorry about my voice. Those peaceful people, however, did not speak out against that violence. Instead, they accused January 6ers as being the insurrectionists, even though on January 6th, we did not ransack DC, burn down a single building, or murder anyone. So I thank you new commissioners for placing yourselves in the spotlight and for taking the slings and arrows for we the people. We have been disowned by friends and family members, yet we have been called the haters, along with an endless list of hideous names, all designed to get us to lash out. But we will not. Why? Because we love all people, even those who oppose us. My prayer is that we choose to come together as one people, that we turn off the television, stay off social media, stop reading the newspaper, and stop listening to the lying news. My wish is that we talk to one another, that we can unite to take the real tyrants down, those career politicians on both sides who waste our money, confuse our children, divide us, break their promises, and steal our elections. That change has begun. With hard work and door-to-door conversations in our community, we replaced our previous pretend Republican commissioners, a movement that is happening all across our nation. So I ask those of you who believe you oppose this movement to please join us. You have to know deep down in your heart that something isn't right. We are divided because we have chosen to be divided. We have chosen to believe the lies we are told. So please walk away from this naval enemy called division. Thank you.
Number 46, Roger Williams, Grand Haven City.
I'm Roger Williams from Grand Haven. First of all, I want to say thank you for taking some much needed steps since being sworn in. Ottawa County is much better for it. Also, thank you for alternating meeting times, allowing for opportunities for all citizens to make a meeting. You might say it's inclusive for all. I want to make a note of a complaint I've heard many times already since you all were sworn in. In fact, inexplicably, an ordained minister got up here at a previous meeting and said that she was sick to death of all the Jesus talk. The familiar refrain of these complaints is separation of church and state. So show me where in the Constitution it says separation of church and state. You can't because you can't find it. You can't because it's not in there. Where you will find it is in a letter written by Thomas Jefferson to the Danbury Baptist Association. What's interesting when you use the left's viewpoints, Thomas Jefferson was nothing more than an irredeemable racist and slaver worthy of being canceled. In fact, the New York City Council removed his statue in 2021 during the Antifa Summer of Loving riots, fiery but mostly peaceful, of course. One of the targeted figures for destroying statues and monuments was Jefferson. Even the University of Virginia, which he built, is trying to separate from him. Okay, if that's the way it is, then he's canceled, as are his writings. So from here on, no leftist can use this term separation of church and state because that is the language of a racist and slaver. And to quote him is using the language of and upholding white supremacy. And nobody wants to be a hypocrite, right? So now, if they want to stop the canceling of historic figures and understand our founding fathers were brilliant and accomplished men who were also complicated, contradictory, and flawed, as we all are, then they can go back to quoting them. Yet regardless of their choice, I do not accept their premises, and I can hold the consistent viewpoints that he was brilliant and complicated and hypocritical, which is to say he was human. Because of that, I am able to quote Jefferson, but the leftists are not. So for those criticizing the board and citing separation of church and state, stop quoting someone you have canceled as it violates your own premises. Lastly, thank you for closing down the wasteful DIE committee. For us good human beings, of which I include the overwhelming majority of Ottawa County residents, we do not need a committee to understand the virtues of diversity and inclusion. We don't need a committee to teach us to treat each other equally. When you look at the makeup of this board, the hires you have made, it is safe to say we can judge this board by your actions as well as that of the voters. That diversity is welcome, and we didn't need a committee to know that. Interestingly, if you look at the reaction to and comments of those critical of the hiring of Mr. Gibbs, you'll notice those most upset at the dissolvement of the DIE committee seem to be the ones who need it the most. So continue the good work and know the majority of Ottawa County is behind you. Thank you.
Thank you.
Number 47, Aaron Compagner, Hudsonville.
All right. Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. I just want to thank you for the opportunity to speak today. My name is Aaron J. Compagner, and I'm a resident of Ottawa County. I just want to start with, I have two boys in the Hudsonville Public School System, 5 and 7, names James and Elijah. So I'm going to kind of reiterate a thought process that was spoken upon earlier. Give me a minute here, a second. All right. I want to again request the academic excellence webpage. I have the stats here from Holland, Hudsonville, and Holland and Hudsonville. And needless to say, they're pretty pathetic. We are currently 37 of 50 states in education. I mean, it's pretty bad. That's some math scores. Reading, we're 44 out of 50. It's just, I think that speaks for itself. So with someone with skin in the game, as you could say, I suppose, my boys being in there, I'm just very interested in better education, better teachers, better any way we can do this. That's all I have. Thank you. God bless you all. Have a good week.
Thank you.
Number 48, Jack Timmer, Georgetown Township.
Good evening. My name is Jack Timmer. I am a resident of Georgetown Township for 50 plus years. First of all, I'd like to wonder if I have to quit my job in order to get here early enough to get a seat in this room, because people get here pretty early. So there's a lot of people here, a lot of pros and cons. Just goes to show that there's something going on, either good or bad, in the county. As a reminder, and you probably know this, but there's probably more to managing Ottawa County than just mass mandates in COVID related issues. There's a lot more going on. I hear a lot of things related to that. That's not the main goal of Ottawa County. It has been a lot the last year or two, but going forward, hopefully that's not going to be the main focus that everybody's on, okay? I want to go on record that I don't always agree. I don't agree with most of the decisions you made, and I definitely don't agree on the way that you made them. It seemed like it was underhanded. A lot of things discussed before the open board meeting on the 3rd. A lot of commissioners didn't even know anything about it. That's not how I like to run businesses, and that's not how I expect my county commission to run. I do have a suggestion. If the 6 or 7 or maybe 8 members of the coalition made those decisions outside of a formal board meeting, it would probably save everybody a lot of time, 4 or 5 hours every meeting, because that's how it's going to go. I don't see any way that this board is going to make a decision other than what those 7 or 6 or maybe 8 members decide. It's already decided. You talk about it before meetings, you get here, and it's a really shame that that's how things are run. I did have some hope last meeting when there was 4 or 5 other board members spoke up about the legal team. I thought you made all really good points. And Sylvia made a comment about this was one of the best law firms in Michigan. I'm not sure how that's decided. I don't agree with it, but that's just a personal opinion. But 4 or 5 other board members did talk. And there was some discussion that may be a good idea just to wait. Let's put it out for bid. Let's see if other people might want to join. And then when the vote came 6-5, I was really in shock. I mean, I don't understand why allowing Ottawa County people the opportunity to vote or opportunity to get a job like that wasn't allowed.
Number 49, Alpha Mansoray, Holland Township.
I want to say thank you. I want to express my profound gratitude for the opportunity to stand before you for the first time ever. I am not a political animal. I was born and raised in West Africa, and by God's grace, I came in front to be here today. And I can say that nothing that I have done in my life is a result of my own effort. Before I ever did anything in my life, God did everything. So you can basically be a bit concerned why, when I read your statement of diversity, inclusion, and equity, I was a bit disappointed in a way. And here is my concern. And I'll read you a quote that I just love to share. When someone lives as a minority, they experience the world differently than those of us who live in the majority. We may occupy the same spaces, but we don't occupy the same psychic spaces. So my encouragement to you commissioners is that, you're not only administering this county for the benefit of just people who elected you, or we hope that you do so in the spirit that you look out for the betterment of the people who live here. I have lived here for 27, almost 30 years. And one of the things that I can say is that the people of Ottawa County and Holland, where I live, are very kind. They're very gracious. They gave me a shot. They took me in when I didn't have anywhere else to be. They saved my life. I was born as a Muslim, grew up in a Muslim family. My mom has 6 kids, 3 boys and 3 girls. The girls all died in 1 week because they don't have the measles vaccine. People here have vaccines, and I know you're blessed with all the medical systems in the world. My advice to you is value it. The blessing is not always a companion of faith or the faithful. And I just want to thank my wife, Marsha Mansouri. Thank you.
Thank you.
Number 50, Zachary Schmidt, Allendale Township.
Oh, big half a century. Wow. Good evening. My name is Zach Schmidt. I am the vice chair of the Grand Valley College Republicans and a student at Grand Valley. I'm here tonight to speak for the Grand Valley College Republicans, just to say that we appreciate your leadership and are thankful that the citizens of Ottawa County now have a local government that reflects their values and is willing to stand up for those values. I also want to say that we appreciate the recent changes that have been made and are hopeful that similar leadership will continue. Personally, I want to speak to an issue that has occurred as a result of those changes that have been made by the majority of this board. But before I do, I must read a portion of the GVSU website, which upholds my right to freedom of speech, regardless of viewpoint. And it reads as follows, quote, let's see here. Because GVSU is a public university, we are obliged and privileged to uphold the First Amendment to the U.S. Constitution, which guarantees the right to freedom of speech at Grand Valley without regard for the point of view being expressed. However, I still must be careful with the language that I use today because of the public institution that I'm associated with and because of the issue that I'm going to be addressing. A high-ranking unelected official within that institution has sent an email to the entire student body that expresses this concern, quote, about the recent efforts to dismantle structures and supports for equity and inclusion in Ottawa County, end of quote. This official then outlines several policy actions that are being taken to counteract the changes that have been made by the majority, including further embedding equity and inclusion into the hiring, recruitment, and onboarding processes. Now, out of concern for retribution, I will not express an opinion on any of this tonight, nor am I suggesting that this board take any action against that institution, since that institution does fall under the jurisdiction of the state. However, I am here to say that I appreciate that my voice is represented here, as I don't always feel that it is represented there. And I'm proud to have a local government that reflects those values. I just wanted to say thank you for your time and let freedom ring. Those were my prepared remarks tonight, but I do also just want to bring up one more point. I heard a rumor that GV and the senior leadership team over there is now strongly considering issuing a full out statement rejecting the changes that were made by the board. And so I just wanted to make the majority aware of that as well. So thank you guys for your time. Have a good evening.
Thank you.
Number 51, Brock Johnson, Grand Rapids.
Hello, first off, thank you for your time. I will keep this short. I would like to congratulate the Ottawa County Board of Commissioners. I feel like you are representing the silent majority of this county. Thank you to the commissioners and thank you to John Gibbs. As a student of a local college in Ottawa County that will remain nameless, a resident of Kent County and a Michigander, I support you. You will stand up to the Democrat-led government and our reckless governor. I salute you. Good luck in your future endeavors. God bless Ottawa County and God bless the United States of America. Thank you.
Thank you.
Number 52, Michaela Andrea, Park Township.
Good evening. My name is Michaela Andrea, and I reside in Park Township. I'm a member of the Board of Directors at Momentum Center, which is a grassroots movement to create a stigma-free community. Tonight, I would like to share with you some information about the critical work of the Momentum Center for our community. Mental illness affects all of us in some ways at some time, whether that's lived personal experience or if it's because you know or love someone who is struggling with mental illness. Right now, 2 in 5 adults in Ottawa County report symptoms of anxiety or depression. According to the Youth Assessment Survey, in a high school classroom of 30 students in Ottawa County, 5 of those students have seriously considered suicide, and 2 or 3 of them have attempted suicide. Completed suicides have a devastating impact on all aspects of our community, including family members, friends and loved ones, schools, employers, neighborhoods, and more. 70% of people with mental illness never seek treatment at all. The #1 reason that people don't seek treatment is because of stigma. That is one of the reasons DEI work is so important, to dismantle the stigma and marginalization of people who live with mental illness. I encourage you to recognize the value of work that is very intentional about making people know and feel as if they live in a place that is safe and welcoming. We invite you to come to the Momentum Center at either our Grand Haven or Holland location to have a conversation with people who can share with you about their lived experience and the importance of this work. Thank you for your time.
Thank you.
Number 56, Barbara Coate, Park Township.
Okay, Cote, my name. And welcome, everybody. God bless everybody here. Thank you for the opportunity. Thank you for the public meeting. Glad to see you have all of the commissioners here. You didn't accept 3 commissioners for your starting meeting. And that's, bless you. Bless you for doing the right thing. There is something I'd like to bring. I'd like to bring love. I'd like to get rid of all this talk about fear, going to hell, and who's going to hell, and who's good, and who's red, and who's blue. We're all people. We're all people. We deserve respect. I'm a psychiatric nurse. I've lived in Ottawa County, first in Jenison for 22 years, and now in Park Township for 23 years. Okay. If anybody wants to chime in, you're welcome. Want you to know, every time I look at your picture, Joe, or I see you in person, you remind me of the Tin Man. You look exactly like the Tin Man in the Wizard of Oz. But it's interesting as lector to check out what people are saying here and check out how they're saying it. And to find out that indeed we do not, like the monkeys, really see or hear or speak to each other. We really don't. If we did, you would not, the thing you did on January 3rd, when I read about it, having been in COVID camp for 2 years and risking my life to come out here to talk to you, frankly. Frankly, I'm risking my life to come out here. Just want you to know that. This is pretty important. You represent all of us in Ottawa County. The little Hispanic niño, the Black man who's got his life and his family, the LGBTQ, the Diversity and Inclusion Department was set up for reasons that Jesus would appreciate, because he knows the white supremacist heart. It's a flaw. We're human. We have this, some more than others, but we don't see each other. We do not see each other. I don't think I really see you. I always see the Wizard of Oz. But I just want to say, people have their eyes wide open. I want to congratulate the activists in Ottawa County forward. Thank you.
Thank you.
Number 58, Kristen Hines, Park Township.
Good evening, Board of Commissioners. My name is Kristen Hintz, and I'm from Park Township. Where freedom rings. I object to changing the Ottawa County motto from where we belong to where freedom rings. However, I learned the power of changing the narrative on a personal level, and I like to change the narrative on a community level by sharing the words and story of Willa Beatrice Player. Willa Beatrice Player was president of Bennett College for Women. She was the first African-American woman to ever lead a 4-year fully accredited liberal arts college. As history tells it, in 1958, Dr. Martin Luther King struggled to find a venue to speak in Greensboro, North Carolina. President Willa Player, in extending her invitation, said, "Bennett College is a liberal arts college where freedom rings. So King can speak here." And that's what he did. On February 11th, 1958, Dr. Martin Luther King spoke at Bennett College, drawing an overflow crowd. In the speech, Dr. King outlined the progress made and the challenges that loomed ahead in the struggle to secure rights for all Americans. Ottawa County is a diverse community. According to the census.gov, Ottawa County has a population of 299,157 people. 2% are Black or African American alone. 0.6 identify as Native American, Alaskan Native alone. 2.9% identify as Asian alone. 0.1% are Native Hawaiian or Pacific Islander. 2.1 identify as 2 or more races, and 10.4% are Hispanic and Latino. 7.5% represent people who are in poverty in Ottawa County. Diversity is not just race alone. It includes a range of human differences beyond race. It includes ethnicity, gender, identity, sexual orientation, age, social class, physical ability or attributes, religious or ethical value systems, national origin, and political beliefs. I, along with county employees, businesses, nonprofits, and churches, embrace diversity. I belong to the 83% who claim to be white and non-Hispanic. I choose to support, advocate for, walk with the people in our community who make up the other 17%. Inclusion is involvement and empowerment where the inherent worth and dignity of all people are recognized. An inclusive community promotes and sustains a sense of belonging. It values and practices respect for the talents, beliefs, backgrounds, and ways of living of its members. In the words of Dr. King's widow, Corrietta Scott King, freedom is never really won. You earn it and you win it in every generation. In other words, until freedom rings for all, it rings for none. I ask that you bring back the Office of Equity, Diversity, and Inclusion. Thank you.
Thank you.
Number 59, Stephen Pullman, Coopersville.
I'm truly thankful to all of you commissioners who have sat through many disparaging remarks in all this time tonight. I'm a husband of a very dark-skinned woman. I've seen a lot of racism against our children, traveling around the world and seeing it actually from all kinds of races of people. And yet I know that it's not really a systemic problem. It's something that's in the heart of men. As the word of God says, that the heart of man is desperately wicked and deceitful beyond measure. And that's really the reason that Almighty God threatens people with judgment. I didn't understand that when I was young. I had no fear of God. I was an atheist at age 15. I hated all of you Christians. I thought you were just a bunch of hypocrites, and there was no reality in the Christian religion. And then one night, I had a vision that I was on my way to hell, that God was judging me because of my sinful life, which was quite sinful. And I was so terrified that I left everything I was doing. I quit even blaspheming, which was something I did almost every word I spoke against the Lord of heaven, who created the universe and who established mankind on the earth, and who's the rightful judge and the one to tell us what morals are right. And I learned that the fear of God is the beginning of understanding. It's the beginning of wisdom, because we start to think sensibly. And instead of what we see in the world today, where the law has been thrown out of the courts, and we see that drag queens are going after little kids in story hour, at a time when we know kids are very impressionable. And so they impress on them that maybe the girls are actually boys, and then encourage them to get their breasts cut off before they start to go through puberty and realize how feminine they actually are, and that they are actually girls after all. And there's just so many things happening today that show how dark the heart of man is, and how desperate we are in reality, and don't know it, for the transformation of heart that comes through Jesus Christ alone. And I know that if a person is really born of God through Jesus Christ, some people talk about spiritual rebirth very lightly. Thank you.
Thank you.
Number 61, Michael Derpladosian. How did I do? I'm sorry.
You kind of butchered it, but it was okay. So,
coffee.
My name is Michael Derpladosian. I'm a resident of Allendale. I've been living here in West Michigan for two years now. And I just want to start off with a message of positivity tonight. Thank you. Thank you to the board for standing up for constituents that put you here to serve the community of Ottawa County. Thank you. When other Republican politicians let us down, you stood up. And this is what standing up looks like. And the backlash from the radical left. And this is when you know you're doing something right. I have been living here, like I said, for the past 2 years now. And this is such a beautiful place to live. And now with great confidence, knowing that the board is in a position of power. I can continue to live here, grow a family here, pay taxes here. As Governor Ron DeSantis says, Florida is a safe haven of freedom. Here in Michigan, when our reckless governor takes our rights away, I have complete faith that Ottawa County will continue to stand up for our rights and freedoms. And we as residents of Ottawa County will never forget that this is where freedom rings. God bless, and as I leave the podium, I will use a quote from scripture, Philippians 4:13. I can do all things through Jesus Christ that gives me strength. Have a good night, and thank you, guys.
Thank you.
And at number 62 is Don Bergman, Park Township.
Good evening, and thank you for allowing me to speak. I'm from 62 Sunridge Drive. Fascism has many well-known traits, but it can be summed up thusly. My tribe knows what's best for you, and we have the right, often justified with God-given right, to impose what's best for you. Fascism is the state hurting others. It's nasty. It leads to slavery in the gas chambers. Christianity has fascist roots. Europe for 1,000 years, non-believers were shunned, ostracized, and executed. America has fascist roots. Each colony had its favored version of Christianity. Each legalized slavery and tolerated it. We justified our revolution that all are created equal. Constitution states there is freedom of religion and freedom from religion. Even after the Civil War equality amendments, fascists still denied minorities equal rights. In the turbulent 60s, civil and voting rights laws were passed. America attempted to practice all created equal. Consequently, in the last third of the 20th century, Christian and racist reactionaries migrated to the Republican Party. Obama's election was a shock. My God, we've lost the country. We're going to go to the Capitol to take our country back. Our Supreme Court, current support is gutting equal protection laws. Sadly, many are still denied equal rights. In America, fascist vitriol is now directed towards doctors, scientists, teachers, Muslims, atheists, GLBT folks, blacks, brown people at the border, equality and truth seekers. From 1967 to 2003, I taught in high school and U.S. history, 30 years at Kalamazoo Christian High School. I taught critical race theory. Didn't know it at the time, but you can't teach American history without discussing the disastrous impact that racism has had and continues to have on our country. Trump is the fascist face of America. DeSantis is the fascist face of America. Republicans, including Heisinger, who refused to impeach Trump, is the fascist face of America. The current use of House of Representatives is led by the fascist face of America. Jamestown book burners are the fascist face of America. Right now, I'm looking at the fascist face of America. In 1994, my gay son, not feeling safe or wanted, fled to West Michigan for the West Coast, which now has benefited from his many talents. Leaders in this room recently reinforced his decision to stay away. I'm concluding that that's exactly what you wanted. Thank you for listening to me.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Mr. Chair, those are all of the pre-signed public comments for the first period of public comment.
Is there anyone else who would like to address the board before there's no objection, take a short recess? All right, take a 10-minute recess.
Hey, that's all right.
Well, I mean. It's his dad. Tough to say when it died. I saw it was flashing a little bit ago. I have some things, if you want me to fire those in like right now. Okay, that's, oh, absolutely. What do you need in mind? That should work. I know. Just in time. Thank you. Right, I will get you, I'll shoot for 5. Maybe 2. It's not.
As that's what I'm looking for. I don't, she's not in here right now. Unless she voted and she's. No, I don't think they want you to go back there. I mean, there is an opening.
Right, we've had a few extra minutes. We're going to get started. The board members could please retake your seats. All right, it's great to see all the discussion and all the activity. This is where the work is done. All right. Okay, I'm going to call this meeting back to order. Thank you, everyone, for that recess. We have a few items, and in the interest of time, we're going to look to move judiciously. Next item on our agenda is the approval of the agenda. If I could please get a motion to approve the agenda, I would appreciate it.
So moved.
All right, we have a motion, support, and support. Any discussion on this agenda? Seeing none. All in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
All opposed, same sign. That motion passes. Okay, number 7, we have quite a few consent resolutions. I am looking for a motion to approve those consent resolutions.
So moved. Support.
Thank you, Commissioners Curran and Miedema. We have motion to approve the consent resolutions. Any discussion on these items? Seeing none.
Jason, do you want to give us a half-hour presentation on the parks one? I'm joking.
We did have some lively discussion on parks. All right, all in favor of approving the consent resolutions?
Chair, I think we need a roll call for
Oh.
items that involve finances. And I think there is a financial.
Thank you.
Piece. On
There
the-
is.
Okay, a couple of financial pieces.
Yes, if you could please
Okay.
call the roll.
Yeah, absolutely.
Thank
Mr. Belknap,
Aye.
Mrs. Curran,
Aye.
Ms. Cosby,
Aye.
Mr. Bonema.
Aye.
Mrs. Rhodey,
Aye.
Mr. Zylstra,
Yes.
Mr. Terpstra,
Yes.
Mrs. Miedema,
Yes.
Mrs. Ebel,
Yes.
Mr. Bergman, and Mr. Moss.
Yes,
Motion passes.
thank you. Okay, number 8, public hearings. We have none, so moving on to agenda item number 9, the agenda and action requests. We have one from administration. Could I please get a motion for 9A?
Moved. Go ahead. You go. I move to approve and authorize the board chairperson and clerk register to sign the resolution adopting the 2022 Kent County, Ottawa County, and City of Grand Rapids Regional Hazard Mitigation Plan. Support.
Thank you, Commissioner Ebel, for support. Is there any discussion? I know we've had time to look this over in the packet and it was fairly short. All right, we have a motion and a second. Would the clerk please call the roll?
Yes, sir. Ms. Cosby,
Aye.
Mr. Bergman, I apologize. Mr. Zylstra,
Yes.
Mr. Bonema,
Yes.
Mr. Terpstra,
Yes.
Mrs. Miedema,
Yes.
Mrs. Curran,
Yes.
Mrs. Ebel,
Yes.
Mr. Belknap,
Yes.
Mrs. Rhodey,
Yes.
and Mr. Moss.
Yes.
Motion passes.
Thank you. Number 10 on our agenda, committee reports. First up, Nicole Dirks. Welcome.
Thank you. Good evening. I do have a PowerPoint presentation that I believe the clerk will get queued up for us, but thank you and good evening to all of you. Some of you I've met and I look forward to getting to know all of you better. I love talking about my department, but I do recognize the late hour, and so I will try to keep it brief. My understanding is we're giving about 10 minutes of presentation and leaving a little time for questions. So we are one of the newest departments here in Ottawa County. We were created in 2018. And so as one of the newest departments, my annual report still is kind of an introduction to what we do, as we're still kind of the new kids on the block. So if you'll go to the next slide, please. Oh, here it is. All right. Can you please remind me? Here, perfect. All right. Thank you. So our mission statement of our office to provide exceptional legal services to indigent adults who are charged with crimes in Ottawa County, thereby fulfilling the promise made in the Sixth Amendment to the U.S. Constitution and guaranteed by the Supreme Court decision Gideon versus Wainwright. And we are approaching the 60th anniversary of that seminal decision. Essentially, we represent adults who cannot afford an attorney. That representation and those legal services are the only legal services guaranteed in the Constitution. You are not entitled to be prosecuted by your government. You are entitled to a defense. So we provide that service, and the courts make an indigency determination. They make a financial assessment. If someone cannot afford an attorney, they get assigned to our office. We appoint an attorney, and that attorney takes that person through to the finish line for their case. Essentially, our office serves as quality control on the government. We stand between citizens and the incredible power that the government has during the criminal prosecution process. Funding wise, we are primarily grant funded by the state of Michigan with a very stable local share that is prescribed by law. So our funding is about $4 million, $950,000 of which comes from the county. It increases by the consumer price index or 3% each year, whichever amount is less. So we do a compliance plan and a cost analysis each year. We provide those to the Michigan Indigent Defense Commission. If they approve our plan, they write the check, and we are, like I said, primarily grant funded, and we provide excellent services at a very stable financial amount for the county's budget. We simply don't have time. I would love to tell you if you have any questions or if you want to meet with me separately, I would love to tell you more about kind of the old system versus the new system. The old system involved a roster of private attorneys that would provide excellent service, but they were not a cohesive unit. The difference with the Office of the Public Defender is that we are under contract to provide specific services, and the county knows every year exactly what it's going to pay. And we report quarterly to the state of Michigan on our compliance with the promulgated standards from the Michigan Indigent Defense Commission. So these are the standards that we comply with. One is regarding the education and training of counsel. We are required as attorneys to complete at least 12 continuing legal education credits per year. We conduct initial interviews of our clients who are lodged at any jail within 3 days of being assigned to that person. If the person is out on bond, we make very prompt email or phone contact with that person. We have an independent investigator in-house, and we are hiring another investigator. And we have a budget to hire experts that we are in control of, rather than asking the court for permission to hire experts on behalf of our clients. Standard 4 is regarding counsel at first appearance. Essentially, absolutely anyone, regardless of their financial status, is entitled to have legal representation at the first hearing that they have in a criminal proceeding. And we're there to provide that from 8 to 5 every day at every court location in the county. Standard 5 is regarding independence of the judiciary. No one is being assigned an attorney by a judge, is essentially what that is. It's a completely independent process so that the person who's appearing in front of the court knows that the judge does not have any bias against them and was not involved in who their attorney has been assigned. And the newest standard that we are required to be in compliance with starting this fiscal year is regarding compensation of attorneys. And we actually really got ahead of that standard. We knew that was coming and that that would be approved by Lara. And therefore, we made an effort to make sure that our rates were in compliance with that standard before it was enacted. And also thanks to the county's efforts to do a wage study recently, we know that our attorney compensation is well within comparable ranges of other systems. A really frank example of where attorney compensation does not look like Ottawa County is in other counties across the state. You may have an assigned attorney get a felony case and they get a flat fee of $2,400. So these are the kinds of things that the MIDC seeks to correct. You can imagine the type of representation you get from someone who's an employee who is dedicated to this mission versus someone who's going to get $2,400, whether they spend 10 hours or 100 hours assisting that person. The values of our department really can be summarized as service. We serve a really small and often overlooked segment of the population. We are very fortunate in Ottawa County to refer a lot of our clients to our wonderful community partners, as well as a lot of the local benevolent ministries that we have for housing, food assistance, and other needs. We also have a social worker on staff, and we are adding an additional social worker to our team. That helps us with our holistic defense model, and that is a presentation for another day. I would love to tell you more about what that looks like and how we incorporate social workers into criminal defense, because that's a new concept. Our judges and other partners in the courts and probation department would tell you that just helps improve outcomes for families. We are really able to help stabilize people, stable adults, help support their families better. They are returning to our community and we want them to be as healthy as possible. And our social workers really help us with that. Each day we have incredible collaboration with our partners here in the system, including the Sheriff's Department, the Prosecutor's Office, Probation Department, and the Department of Corrections. As far as community impact, I don't want to read the slide to you in the interest of time. I want to be really respectful of the others who have to present, but our goal is not to win trials at all costs. It's to help individuals who are returning to the community be as healthy as they can be to avoid recidivism. We try to help address those root causes. Our office really promotes community safety with great representation. And we advocate for folks in specialty courts as well. We have a sobriety treatment court, recovery court. We refer folks to veterans court. This just improves outcomes and changes lives for citizens. Some of the highlights from our department over the last year have been, I was promoted to public defender in January of 2022. My predecessor, Bob Hamilton, retired, and Bob was just an incredible advocate for clients and a wonderful leader of our department. And so he is enjoying his retirement and I am pleased to head the department. We've opened almost 16,000 cases to date. We started taking all of the indigent defense cases in the middle of 2019. We have reorganized into court service teams, which has really optimized our operations. So we thank the Board of Commissioners and the county administration for support in that. We are hiring an additional investigator and a social worker. And we are building a West Michigan Regional Investigator Association, which is the first of its kind for public defense in the state of Michigan. Some numbers, we've opened 3,917 cases in 2022. We have a total of 18 attorneys. We have 1 office coordinator. We have 4 legal assistants and 1 legal clerk, plus an investigator and a social worker. And we're adding an additional investigator and social worker. We have 2 offices, 1 in Grand Haven and 1 in Holland. And something that I'm really proud of, I think it shows our department's credibility when we ask for budgetary support, that we are using that money wisely, that we're very fiscally responsible. We spent 94.87% of our budget. So kind of Price is Right, closest without going over. When we ask the state for support, we are using that money to meet the standards, but we're not going over and being reckless with our spending. Equally, we're not guessing. We have a lot of credibility thanks to our partners and especially in fiscal services and planning to help us make sure that we're asking for the right things when it comes budget time. Some strengths and areas for growth. We just have an amazing team. They're just wonderful people with great hearts. They're hilarious, they're wonderful advocates, and just we have a lot of opportunities for growth and learning throughout our department. And I hate to jinx anything, but we have had no trouble attracting really elite talent. In a tough market where a lot of folks are struggling to hire, we simply have not had a problem with that thus far. We've got a lot of really wonderful applicants and have been able to fill positions with excellent candidates. We have a growing team. We're kind of bursting at the seams as far as our physical space goes. So long-term, that's something we'd be keeping an eye on. And we're working with the facilities director about just keeping an eyeball on how we grow in our physical space. I think we could improve on the use of interns. There's a lot of opportunities for legal and social work interns that we haven't capitalized on yet because we're kind of a startup yet. We have a little refinement to do on standard 5, but it's going great. We're definitely in compliance, but just one of those ways we can maybe improve a little bit. And then there's some juvenile justice task force recommendations on the horizon where it's contemplated and recommended that legislation be introduced to bring juvenile representation under the same set of standards as adult indigent defense. So again, we're keeping an eye on that. Now, I have just a couple of true and false to keep everybody awake here. Public defenders are pro-crime, true or false? And I went to Ohio State, so I can make this joke. False. We absolutely value community safety. We promote that in all of our work. We seek positive restorative outcomes for our clients so that they're not coming back into contact with our justice system. And a common misperception is that lawyers are defending the client's behavior. We are instead defending their constitutional rights. We have many ways we collaborate with our partners to promote that community safety on a day-to-day basis. And one more is that true or false, you must be poor to have a public defender's representation. And the answer is false. We represent both indigent folks as well as partially indigent folks. If a court determines that someone has some ability to pay, that will be assessed by the court and they pay that money. Also, a public defender is available from 8 to 5 every day for anyone who is appearing at the court for the first time. So they will receive legal guidance throughout their first court appearance. And so that's been a real change and a real positive change to our system to help folks who come into contact with the courts have a smoother experience. So I'd be happy to answer any questions you have.
Mr. Monomo.
Yeah, thank you for the presentation. I was listening for needs from your department and I heard you say space because you're growing. Is that your number 1 need?
It really is at this time. I think we're very stable. We've proven to be a really, thankfully, we're regarded as a very well-run department. We've had no issues securing funding or being in compliance with the standards. That's been going incredibly smoothly for us. So I think space really is one of our biggest concerns as far as when we look ahead, not 2 weeks, 2 months out, but 2 years out, is if we want to grow, we need more space to do that. Yeah.
I have a few questions. I just have a few questions.
Sure.
So what kinds of cases do you see? Are you seeing child welfare cases as well as criminal cases, or kind of what's the scope?
Sure. So we only represent folks who are charged with crimes.
Okay.
So we represent folks for felonies and misdemeanors that occur in Ottawa County, and if that person cannot afford an attorney. So we do everything from homicide down to driving while license suspended. We're very fortunate in Ottawa County that our capital cases are not a very high number of them, and are often, they're just, for lack of a better way to put it, they don't involve strangers. It may be family related as far as most of our capital cases go. We do not do any abuse, neglect matter, or represent any juveniles. We represent folks who are under 17 if they are charged as an adult under the automatic waiver statute. So we do represent some juveniles as far as age goes, but they're charged as adults.
Okay. Another question is, so you have social workers. So what kind of, are those services voluntary then? When you're working with a social worker, or?
So our social worker works essentially as an expert, and we have one right now, we're hiring a second. The social worker works as an expert on behalf of our department. They're not a clinician. They are basically, the attorney delegates a case or refers it to the social worker. Often that occurs in a way that we know this person is charged with a capital crime, and we need to do a really good memo to the court about this person in hopes of getting a better outcome at sentencing by highlighting the treatment that they need. Equally, on a day-to-day basis, this is a person who is seeing people in crisis out at the jail and making sure they're referred to the right person. We assist and work together closely with the jail to make sure that people are safe when they're at the jail. They present with substance abuse issues, mental health issues. We're kind of the grease to make sure they get where they need to go and do that warm handoff. Again, not the clinician, but helping arrange that service. As far as service to the courts, our social workers are advocating for bond. Often the way we see this develop is a person comes in, they're charged with domestic violence. They're not going to be able to go home. They can't have contact with that family member. And the court might say, if you can tell me where they're going to go, I will give them a personal recognizance bond where they don't have to put up any money, and they'll be released from the jail because they really don't need to sit at the jail. But we got to know where they're going to go. So our social worker can help make that arrangement if that person does not have somewhere to go, or if they need to go to a sober living facility, or they need to get mental health treatment.
Okay. And then another question in regards to your investigators. Do your investigators ever contact the alleged victims of crimes? And if they do, how are they representing themselves? Are they being clear that they're working for a defense team?
Yes. So yes to both questions.
Okay.
Our investigator, we have one now and we're hiring an additional. Our investigator is a retired sheriff's deputy, and he is very clear with what his role is, and that speaking to him is voluntary, and what the purpose of his contact with them is. And is an experienced, again, retired deputy, experienced law enforcement person. He knows how to write the report so that it can be introduced as evidence in court if needed. So it's a very professional process.
Okay. Are there any crimes when that kind of contact is not utilized? Like, for instance, I think about criminal sexual conduct crimes. Do you still have your investigators contact those victims in those cases? Like, are there any parameters around those investigations at all?
I want to make sure I understand your question. Of course, the investigator only goes out at kind of the attorney's behest. The investigator isn't looking for assignments. That comes through the attorney making a referral to the investigator. We need investigator services. So it depends on the situation, but
Yeah.
it's certainly not a matter of course that they talk to law enforcement, we get a complaint and then we turn around, complaint being the charging document.
Right.
They get the charging document and then say, okay, we're sending our investigator out to go shake this person down. It's nothing like that. It's a lot more strategic than that.
Yeah.
So I don't know if I have anything more than an anecdotal answer to your question.
Yes, I
Is that
guess just
helpful?
my concern would just be that we're doing this with extreme care, especially in certain kinds of
certainly.
cases. So,
Certainly. And from our perspective, if we have a reckless investigator, we can't use that person as a witness. So that we would never put ourselves in that position, that we have an investigator going out and doing things in an unethical way. As of course, the prosecutor would be very adept at exploiting that
right.
and should.
Okay, thank you.
I have a question.
Commissioner Ebel.
So can you tell me what kind of background the social workers have that you hire?
Sure. The social worker we currently have is the most experienced social worker in the state in providing social work services to public defense clients. Previously, she worked in Muskegon County for the Office of the Public Defender there and was trained in the Bronx model of holistic defense. So she had about 4.5 years of experience before she joined us. We are looking for the kind of talent that can talk to our clientele, folks who are in crisis, folks who present with lots of emergencies and lots of need, and can help direct them to the right community services.
Are they MSWs?
Yes.
I would love for you to come back sometime and share more.
I would
on that
love to.
model. So,
I would love to.
Yeah.
Thank you for the opportunity. Anything else? No?
Right. Well, thank you very much.
Thank you.
Next up, we have Ottawa County Treasurer Amanda Price. Welcome.
Just want to make sure this go, Justin, does this advance it to the right? Okay. Good evening. I'm Amanda Price. I'm the Ottawa County Treasurer and pleased to present the 2023 annual report for the Treasurer's Office to you this evening. I'm going to skip right to page 2. So I'm going to try to keep this brief, but the Treasurer's Office has 2 locations. One in the Public Service Center. We share an office, the clerk's office and our office shares a location up in Grand Haven to provide public services, marriage licenses, you can pay your taxes there, you can get dog licenses. So the remaining 8 members of the team are in the Fillmore location. You'll see on the pie charts here, the revenues for our department in 2021-22 were $2,441,000, and the expenses for that same fiscal year were $1.1 million, with the bulk of the expenses being in personnel costs. I like to break my report down into 3 distinct areas, and I call them dollars, delinquencies, and dogs, because those are the 3 main functions of our department. Let me go. Treasurer's Office, as you've all heard in your tour last week, is the depository for all county funds, commonly known as the bank of the county. We work collaboratively with the departments throughout the county to account for funds and invest the funds according to the county's investment policy. In 2022, the rate of return for our portfolio was 0.864% compared to a blended benchmark of negative 0.3561. And in that time frame, we earned $848,000 in interest on the various components of our portfolio. I'm going to skip ahead now to, I believe I'm skipping. Point it toward, oh, the laptop. Okay. Okay. Yeah, let's go to page 9. Excuse me, I didn't want to go that far. I'm going to go to page 7. Thank you. Delinquency, so this is the second portion of the major responsibilities in our office. Delinquency is a tax process that takes 3 years. In the first year, if the taxes are not paid to the local unit of government by the end of February, taxes become delinquent. Delinquent. There's a lot of phrases in here. On March 1, the tax rolls are turned over to the county. And at this point, our office conducts a settlement process with all the local units of government and pays them or makes them whole for the taxes they did not collect. Payments are made to the local units of government in that settlement process by the second week of April. In 2022, there were 3,147 delinquent properties out of 108,000 parcels, or about 2.89% of the real property in the county, which represented about $6 million of uncollected property taxes, which then becomes my department's responsibility to collect over the next 3 years. In the second year of the delinquency process, if taxes are not paid, the properties enter into forfeiture. In 2022, we had 344 properties from the 2021 tax year go into forfeiture. So the chart you're seeing does not follow straight down. We're kind of jumping back because again, it's a 3-year process. And so 2021 forfeiture amounts are based on the number you'll see at the top of the 2021 chart, but those are the 344 is the second year of the process. I'm sorry, this is so confusing, but this is a very confusing process. In the third year of the process, foreclosure, properties with unpaid taxes from 2020 are foreclosed. In 2022, there were 7 vacant parcels of land that were foreclosed on, and those came back from the 2020 taxes. Most of those 7 properties were vacant, or they were vacant land, and they were sold at public auction, which now, after COVID, takes place online at a certain date and time. We usually have our auction with Allegan County. Our office meets with taxpayers who are experiencing financial difficulties, and we do that to understand their financial situations, see if we can refer them to other agencies if they need help and assistance with other funding sources. And if it's appropriate and we believe they are committed to making those kinds of arrangements, we will set up a payment plan with them. And for the next years, 3 years, or hopefully sooner, they will can make those payments and clear their debt. One of the agencies that just came online in the last year because of COVID funding to the state of Michigan, I think it was about 237 million, was a program called the Michigan Housing Assistance Fund. And that enabled people to apply for those funding to pay for your property taxes. You had homeowners association fees, all of that kind of debt that you may have encountered during COVID. So we've had about 10 of our residents apply to that program and receive funding, with another 2 in process right now. Okay, now we'll go to page 9. And thank you. In Michigan, dogs older than 4 months are required to be licensed. I'm just saying that out loud so people who are listening, don't have a dog license, may just think about that again. The treasurer thinks, okay, thanks. The treasurer's office works with the local units of government, veterinary offices, and Harbor Humane to make dog licenses available to the public. In 2022, there were 9,292 licenses sold with revenue of $188,000. And this is the fun page for our department. 2022 top dog breeds in Ottawa County were Labrador Retrievers, my personal favorite, Golden Retrievers, and German Shepherds. And the top dog names were Bella, Luna, and Charlie. And then we will go on to, let's skip some of these because, there we go. Our initiatives for the coming year are, we've just implemented or gone through an RFP process for a new credit card processor. We're going to be implementing and training staff and throughout the county on that new credit card processing. We're going to update the municipal civil infraction ordinance procedure. Just, it's when tickets are written for parks. So that's a process. We're just updating that. It hasn't been done in a long time. And then finally, we're implementing a new contract with an OPEB or their OPEB Trust financial advisor. So that's what's on the docket for us in the coming year. Are there any questions for me?
One question. On page 6, the historical delinquent dollars and delinquent parcels.
Mhm.
In 2012, there seemed to be a significant increase, or I don't know if it's starting the benchmark, right? Do you have any idea why that transpired? And I do see we kind of have a downward trend holding steady.
I want to say, and I'll have to do some checking and get back to you, but there was well before my time, there was a time when there were some condominiums that were foreclosed upon. And it was a large group of them. And I wonder if that's what the trend downward was, but let me do some checking and I'll make sure.
Thank you.
Mhm. Anyone else?
Amanda.
Yeah.
When we met and we talked about this, one of my takeaways that I was really impressed by was your sincere desire to work with people who have fallen on hard times. And you talked about several of those stories when you're working with those families that need financial hardship assistance. And something that I want to more make a comment and not necessarily a question to you about is that your desire is that people in the community, if they feel led to, can contact your office to maybe put together a pool of funds to help people that are in a situation where that single mother, that situation, that medical situation that's preventing them from being able to pay their taxes and stay in their home, and that you truly don't want to unhouse them.
Oh, that's the last thing any county treasurer ever wants to do. We work with you to make sure you stay in your home. We did have one gentleman, older gentleman, come in this last year. And I do have to say that I think people that are in this situation have a little bit of embarrassment, perhaps a little bit of shame. And for them to come to our office and ask for help it's very difficult. So when he came and he was sitting down with Kathy Dennings and myself in the office, and he just said to us, "I didn't realize you could help me." And I will say that even though it's plastered over every single document that everyone receives, that to just take that piece of paper, come in and make that call and come into our office, we will do anything we can help. If you are sincere in wanting to make those payments and make this correction in your tax situation.
Yeah, thank you for that very much. I think that shows the heart of your office and how you're leading your team is to truly serve the community.
That's what we always try to do. So thank you very much for that comment.
I have a question.
Yeah.
When a property or, the 7 parcels that were vacant and then I guess they were sold at auction, does the buyer have to pay the back taxes as well?
Yes, that would be included in the cost of the purchase. Yeah.
Thank you.
And one thing I want to mention to you, I don't want to go into it for a long time, but there is a new process in the state of Michigan that we haven't covered. If, for instance, let's just use an example. If someone's house is worth $100,000 and they owe about $10,000 in taxes, in the old way, in the previous to legislation that was passed in 2021, the county treasurer could keep all of the excess of that money. We could keep the $90,000 if it was sold at an auction. There is new legislation in place that if you are in that situation, you want your equity back, you can file a claim statement with our office, goes to the court, the judge looks it over, and you can get that excess proceeds back. So that is a new development, but it's also something that people should be aware of as they're going through this process as well.
Amanda?
Yeah.
Quick question. In the previous system that was in place, that $90,000, where would that money go to?
Would go to the delinquent tax revolving fund.
Okay, thank you.
Mhm. Thank you very much.
Thank you. All right. We are on to Mr. Paul Sachs. Welcome.
Good evening, Chair Moss, Commissioners, good to see you. Yeah, I'm grateful to be here tonight. I was going to say this morning, but grateful to be here tonight. I don't know what time it is right now, but this is great to present our department's 2022 annual report. And in your packets, you do have our comprehensive report that showcases and describes a myriad of the projects that we work on, even without knowing that we were going to have extensive public comment. My intent with presenting was to do a separate PowerPoint. And I'm going to highlight several projects to give you a flavor, if you will, of the variety of community work that our office is involved in. And I know some of these are fairly complex, right? So take, for example, the groundwater challenges that the county is facing. I think the opportunity to discuss groundwater in a format like this might not be the most conducive, but I did connect with Commissioners Rhodey and Belknap, as well as Patrick and John, and we've gotten together to talk about groundwater, like what's happened, where have we gone, where are we now, what have we learned, where are we going? I think those I find them valuable. Hopefully you do as well on understanding those types of projects in that way. I also want to mention something like broadband as well. So I've got a slide in here on broadband, but that's another one of those very complex initiatives that has a tremendous amount of history and challenges and hurdles and where we are and where we think we need to go to be really smart to try and address the issue. And I've talked to a few of you, and I know I've mentioned it to John and Patrick also, that I would like to set up a separate work session with this board, all of you, to talk about broadband extensively, to get a thorough understanding of where we're at and what's going. And the timeline that we're looking at here is right near the end of the first quarter to get that on the books and figure out the right format to do that. So again, you can ask questions, right? But I just want you to know that some of these complex ones, like, let's get together, let's talk, let's figure it out, and not extend into the morning time. So I'm sure we'd all appreciate that. So, okay, so I have the clicker. I want to start first with staff. It is such truly, really is a privilege for me to work with this staff. They are incredible professionals and they have very unique skill sets for the work that they do. And they also have a tremendous dedication that continues to move these community impact projects forward. And I say this genuinely, right? It really is a privilege for me to work with every one of these staff. And I'm inspired by their passion to do what they do for Ottawa County. It really is remarkable. It's a diverse group of talented folks. Our office, we obviously have a tremendous amount of intra-departmental cooperation and communication. But we take our work and we basically categorize it into 3 focus areas. One of those being evaluation, statistics, and research. Another one is land use, and another one is economic development. So with evaluation, statistics, and research, one of the areas of work of that division is to support departments and the courts and program administrators with ensuring the effectiveness of the delivery of their services to the public. And for example, this is one of those projects, collaboration with the Parks Department and the Health Department. There's a Step It Up program and to get out into the parks. It's for community members. And we coordinated with that group and did an evaluation. Like, what are those, how is it working? What are opportunities for improvement? Does it make sense to expand or not? So that's one of those areas that the staff work on. We also supported the Migrant Health Task Force that was organized by the Public Health Department. And we came in and facilitated a strategic planning session to set their goals and objectives and what they would like to do, and also set up some evaluation mechanisms to look at continuous monitoring on where they're going with their plan. How are they doing? Are they being successful or not as that relatively new initiatives moves forward? And items like this, even the last one, the Step It Up evaluation, you can find on our department's website. The strategic plan for the Migrant Health Task Force, you can find on the Public Health Department website. We also support the county with a lot of data needs and statistical research needs. We get asked by departments or elsewhere for information. We supported a school district recently that needed some data. So we continuously collect that. There's information, right, that you can obtain from the census. Sometimes there's so much of it. How do you synthesize it? How do you make it presentable? How can program administrators, other departments and agencies utilize the information? So the website has a variety of statistics that we monitor from economic and construction, demographics, population projections, you name it. This is just an example here of other evaluation and data assistance from the sheriff's office, local units of government, and other agencies ask for data support. We also provide support on a request basis and as a time availability basis for us with nonprofit agencies across the county. So for example, Lakeshore Nonprofit Alliance, they have done 2 of these nonprofit community assessments. And the first one, I think, was in 2019. It was the first of its kind in the state, where they wanted to have a really good understanding of the health of local nonprofits from administration perspective, financial perspective, sustainability and growth perspective. And so staff went in and gathered a bunch of information. It's all collected, sort of self-reported by 120 plus nonprofits across the county. Analyzed the data, gave that report to them, and that they use that for action steps to help support the nonprofit community across the county. We've also supported the Ready for School program. They have a kindergarten readiness program in the summer. And they asked that we do an evaluation to determine, how does the program work? Does it make work, but is it valuable for the kids to be in this space for that pre-kindergarten age? And how can the Ready for School program ensure the effective delivery of its services? Another one, Community Action House, we supported them in evaluation and kind of administrative planning for a new community food club that was organized, a membership-based program for families and individuals to have access to healthy foods and also wraparound support services, financial and other home ownership elements. So that type of support we provided, as well with the expertise of staff to support the community and agencies across the county. Land use projects. Yep, the big one obviously is the groundwater sustainability initiative. Very complex. One of our main areas of focus right now, though, is to collect real data. That's something that we've talked about in some of our meetings, that the state as a whole doesn't have a good grasp of its geology or its water reserves. When we have a problem like we have in Ottawa County with groundwater, we need to inform our decisions with real information. So we are gathering more information at a countywide scale here in Ottawa than anywhere else in the state, so we can really understand what's happening with our water system. Then we can use that information, right, to decide where we need to go. So that's one of those major initiatives happening right now. We also administer the County Housing Commission that was resurrected, if you will, in 2020. And that was uniquely positioned to be an entity that could be credentialed or recognized as a public health authority to receive grants and project-based vouchers when they do become available. That was the entity that could do that. Those types of project-based vouchers have not become available yet, but the Housing Commission is doing some additional support around, individual development projects in collaboration with the nonprofit sector and Housing Next, and also supporting needs with eviction diversion, helping individuals before they get to the courts. What are those wraparound services they need to do beforehand to stay in their homes? Future land use vision is another large undertaking. We think about the growth of the county. And we all know this, fastest growing county in the state. It's tremendous. We need to keep that going. There's a vibrancy there and an economic strength that we can continue on the right path. When you add challenges such as groundwater and looking to support the agricultural industry, there is value in having a larger picture of what Ottawa County can be from a collaborative standpoint, respecting individual local units of government land use planning decisions, but having a data-informed vision as a county in collaboration with our local governments provides some really tremendous value for local decision-making. What do we want to look like into the future? How do we, when we think about our landscape, we need to be sensitive of the availability of groundwater for our families. We need to think about transportation, support the agricultural industry. So that's part of this big vision. Spoonville Trail I wanted to put this in here because that was a great one. Our department doesn't normally build trails, but this was unique because it was a pathway connected to the new M231 bridge over the Grand River. And so our department worked with MDOT and the Road Commission, local agencies on M231, that first segment. Then the trail component, we took that on and then we've handed that off to the Parks Department now. But kudos to staff on this trail because it's gorgeous. If you haven't walked it before, this north-south critical connector it's really great, and it's really awesome that it's been acknowledged with many awards so far across the state. West Michigan Pike is another unique one that we do. The first highway that was built from Chicago, right, that goes up the lake shore all the way up north, it started construction in like 1913. Well, there was an old historic route, like the original one that was before it was US 31. That original route takes some cool roads all the way through Ottawa County and up the lakeshore. And no one along the lakeshore in Michigan is really recognizing that authentic route. So a local historian, Blaine Canal, he's so passionate. He's a local individual. He's like, and he mapped everything out and all the changes historically. And he goes, I want to recognize that historic route and have people understand it. And no one was activating on it. And he finally approached us and we said, well, yes, we could probably do that. And so we partnered with the community foundations, got some funding, and we're working with the Road Commission now and MDOT, and we're getting some signs up. So that's a really cool project that really highlights the historic value of a lot of our amenities across the county. Economic development projects. We administer the Brownfield Redevelopment Authority and the Economic Development Corporation. The BRA has been tremendously active with multiple EPA grants over the years that takes underutilized, vacant, blighted, potentially contaminated properties, converts them, gets them back on the tax roll with new development. Very successful efforts. Again, if you want stats and things like that, just let me know. We can provide all of that information. I'm a data guy. Farmland protection, we do administer the Farmland Preservation Board, and they're continuing with their momentum. And we also provide overall support for the ag industry, from succession planning, connecting new farmers with mentors in that way, looking at connecting properties with the agricultural community that's looking for not to sell to development, right? But they want to sell to another farmer. How do we facilitate those connections? This work here was all informed by data coming through the producers themselves when we partnered with the Ottawa County Farm Bureau. So what do you need? As you think about our large scale manufacturers across the county, they have an economic development organization for those businesses, major employers. Agriculture is an incredibly powerful, robust, important part of our economy. So to provide them the support as an industry in collaboration with producers and Farm Bureau, has tremendous value. What's really neat about this My Farm Link program too, it was started in Ottawa County. Becky Hutting of our staff created this, is that land connection platform. It has been now rolled over to Washtenaw County. They've adopted that program and they're going to expand it statewide. That's just one of those another really neat thing that starts here in Ottawa County on how well we think, how innovative we are, and very practical. That has tremendous value. And then it starts to grow to other areas because they see the value of it. Another one, the power plant in Port Sheldon. I know Mike Sabatino, Township Supervisor, he was here. That's a big project that's coming through, and it's going to come faster than we expected. So we're supporting the township closely and working with consumers. And there is a steering committee that's formed, essentially at this point, waiting for Consumers Energy to have their future use study completed. It's an assessment of the environmental and site conditions. And with that information, right, that's that data that can inform, where do we go with the site? It's going to turn cold in 2025, be fully decommissioned with everything torn down by 2028. That's going to come really fast. How do we replace that tax revenue? Right? That is so important. So that strong collaboration with the township and our other partners and economic development agencies, school districts is huge on that one. And then lastly, broadband access. That's the major one. It's this access for all is so important for our families, our students, our businesses, our ag community. And it's really unfortunate that not everyone has access to this infrastructure. And this is not just Ottawa County. I think you all know that. This is not West Michigan. This is a national issue, right? And I've spoken out about this on multiple occasions. Like, it's embarrassing that our infrastructure is this way. Yes, there's money becoming available to do that. There has been for decades. We can get into broadband later, like I want to do, but there's money becoming available. It's going to be very competitive to get those grants, right? The one grant that the state of Michigan just rolled out recently, called the Robin program, has $250 million available. You look at Allegan County's project, they're looking at $70 million for one county. It's going to be competitive. You need to have the right plan in place and the right partners, and we're getting on that track. We've been at this for a while, and that's the value that we operate in Ottawa County, is being very thoughtful in what we do. And the timeline I mentioned, to have a work session with you all at broadband for near the end of the first quarter, that's been in line and in my head for a long time. Just so you know that we're on track to still hit that timeline, because these BEAD grants, that's an acronym, Broadband Equity Advancement Deployment Grant, I think, coming through the state. That will be released late winter or early winter or early next year. All of the work that we're doing now is going to position us to try and leverage those grant dollars to do this right and thoughtfully. That's really, really important. So I do look forward to that conversation with you all as we get closer to that. Then, yeah, lighter side, staff and I, we work hard, but we also take time outside of the office to, clean up the Spoonville Trail. We've worked at nurseries and planted plants. We've served food at local churches, which is really cool for us to do, and go to art prize and things like that. Just shows we have, again, I'm so thankful to have these staff. They're great to work with, and we build great relationships that keep our passion moving forward for this work. So thank you.
Thank you. Any questions?
I do one.
Commissioner Rhodey?
So, and maybe this is a conversation for another time, but I'm just wondering on the redevelopment of the J.H. Campbell plant. So is there a plan unfolding on future energy needs? That's more work need to be done there?
Yeah, there are lots of ideas for this site. And I know there's a headline that came through recently that there's an initiative someone is doing, looking at all power plants or coal plants and saying, yeah, let's convert them to parkland. Well, you totally lose the tax base need if you do that, right? So we can't do that. So there's a lot of ideas, but at this point, we're waiting for Consumers Energy to finish their future use study. And that will they'll look at the 2,000 acres, look at the conditions of the site. There are areas that Consumers probably wants to retain. There's others that will become available. Others, with coal ash pits, like, can you even do anything with those? So once we have that kind of baseline data, then we can start to do the formal planning in collaboration with a township. And more than likely, I anticipate that the township would hire a consulting agency to come in and let's really look at the base information. And then how do we optimize that site for the benefit of public, the tax base, the aesthetics. Parkland can be a part of that, right? It's such a unique corridor on the Pigeon River as well, and that channel access. So it's tremendous opportunities. But at this point in time, to answer your question, there's no plan yet. No.
Okay. And then is that going to leave any gaps in energy needs? Like what communities does that service? And then.
Yes. Our understanding from Consumers Energy is that we'll not have a gap in energy availability for any of the residents. Consumers Energy, they're I'm not the expert in that space, but I doubt that they would be allowed to close that plant if they didn't have a way to provide energy to everyone else. So I know Consumers Energy in past articles, and I think Allison Commissioner Miedema, I shared some information with you at your request that Consumers had some articles that said they're going to buy off renewables off the grid, and they're looking at other solar expansions to meet that loss. So,
okay, I do believe there's a pipeline also that they were looking at out of Indiana, if I remember correctly, for natural gas.
Okay.
Yeah,
Like-
it's a single source energy kind of issue, I think, is what our constituents are concerned about, and whether or not that is reliable to support.
Yeah.
299,152 people here in Ottawa County.
Yes.
Commissioner Cosby, it's in my district.
Yep.
So, so the revenue piece, of course, is important to tax revenue, but
Yes.
then also energy security is very concerning for, I know at least my district, but I think it goes beyond that.
Yep. I agree with you wholeheartedly. I would hope that we'd have a diversified portfolio from our energy providers to ensure a sustainable production. Yes.
Right. Not anti-innovation, but let's do it in a way that maintains security for the community.
Absolutely. And through this process, and even past projects with consumers. They are a good partner. They will communicate well. Rich Hodeman's our point of contact, community affairs manager for the area. Those would be great discussions. If you don't know Rich.
I have a phone call into Mike, so.
Okay, good.
So, yeah,
Thank you.
that's great. Can I ask a question? So how do you select projects? You've got a vast array of projects, and I'm just curious, like how you select, kind of looking at what your budget resources are, and
Yep.
kind of also, budget and staffing resources, because it's not a big team to do the amount of work that I'm seeing here.
Yeah, it's impressive what the team can do. They're incredibly skilled at what they do, and budget resources.
Are you
Don't
funded
necessarily
by-
have budget resources to do those things. It's the staff resources and how we select projects. It is what's the need of the county, and our office will handle like primarily those large complex initiatives that require cooperative solutions. So groundwater, that just elevated as a real need. Broadband, elevated as a real need. Housing now is so critically important, that elevated as a real need. Another one that we're looking at now, and I utilize partnerships all of the time, right? I'm not an expert. So you pull in experts and people that can help support you. Electric vehicle charging infrastructure. Let's think about that. So as a county, we want to continue to be a premier county and propel ourselves forward in the best way possible for our residents. We see what's happening with electric vehicles, and we know what more than 25%, 30% in the next 6 years will be of car production will be EV. How will everyone charge? And you often hear people say, well, most individuals with an electric vehicle will just charge at home. Okay, well, what about if you have a condo or an apartment or you rent, or what about the distances traveled? Okay, so then communities have charging stations. Well, let's look at the economic model of it. Might not make sense. What I'm seeing right now, it doesn't make sense. So how do we figure that out? And so a project like that materializes is we shouldn't be caught behind the 8 ball, for lack of a better term. How do we get in front of these things to be the best county possible and know the right solutions? I feel like we got behind the 8 ball with broadband, and we're trying to catch up because our residents are clamoring. I don't want to get in that situation, just as an example, right, with the electric vehicle infrastructure.
Makes sense. I have other questions, but for the sake of time, I will come find you, because I haven't been to strategic impact yet, and I'm very
Okay.
curious.
Sounds great. And I reside in your district, so
Oh,
thank
wonderful.
you, Commissioner Cosby.
Okay, any other discussion, or I'd love a motion to accept these 3 reports.
I have another question.
Commissioner Abel?
Regarding this decommissioning of this consumer's energy, and the plan is to decommission it by 2025. That's only a couple of years away.
Yes.
And you're saying that they're thinking and they're about doing some other type of, so have they even come up with a plan? Is there a plan?
A plan for the site itself?
No, a plan for providing energy for the homes that are going to lose it.
Yes, Consumers Energy, I understand, has that worked out, and they'd be the best to speak to the energy production, because I know that's a concern. But again, I doubt the Public Service Commission of Michigan would allow that, utility to shut a plant down if they couldn't provide power to residents, but I don't know the details on how they're doing it in their portfolio. That'd be a great discussion with Rich at Consumers, Rich Hodeman, a great contact.
Thank you. Thank you, Paul.
Welcome. Thank you all.
Mr. Chair, I think these were accepted as motions under the consent agenda.
Oh, they
as
were.
well,
Okay.
So
Thank you. Thank you. Okay, all right. We are moving into agenda item number 11, public comment. Is there anyone who would like to address the board as we start to close down? Please come forward.
I'm number one signed up. Dan Zimmer, Port Sheldon Township, West Isle of Michigan, Chairman Moss and members of the room. I would like to speak to the dangers of group think. Authoritarianism can be adopted by social groups through processes such as groupthink and individuals with an authoritarian personality. Groupthink is a psychological phenomenon that occurs within a group of people in which the desire for harmony or conformity in the group results in irrational or dysfunctional decision-making outcome. Cohesiveness or the desire for cohesiveness in a group may produce a tendency among its members to agree at all costs. Groupthink is a construct of social psychology, but has extensive reach and influences in the fields of communication studies, political science, management, and organizational theory, as well as important aspects of deviant religious cult behavior. Several influencing conditions allow for groupthink to arise, such as an overly cohesive group. Group members tend to agree with one another. New information that might challenge the camaraderie is suppressed. An isolated group. Close-knit interactions mean there is less exposure to differing opinions, including those of experts. Overbearing leadership makes it difficult for others to dissent. Authoritarian personality, a person who favors or supports a system in which some people control while others are controlled, is said to have an authoritarian personality. This personality is thus the opposite of a democratic desire, since it implies power and submission. Ottawa Impact has all the relevant indicators of a tunnel vision group, a group that arrogantly came in first day, kicking ass and taking names, a group that charged full steam ahead to knight and deputize Coleman Legal Group as their counsel to act in their behalf. Ottawa County as a community will suffer as this style of overt power grab with any degree of forethought is not going to end well.
Thank you. Do we have anybody else?
Mr. Kuiper is the second person who signed up for public comment, Jim Kuiper from Holland Township.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I want to speak directly into the microphone. And I would ask, we have some very soft-spoken people here. I would encourage you to do the same so that your voices project well out into the audience. I'm Jim Kuiper. I live in Holland Township and I'm in Precinct 5. I was a newly elected precinct delegate this past cycle. I really didn't have an intention to come and speak tonight, but I have a couple of bullet points I just wanted to make a comment on. My number one thing is election integrity. This is crucial to our representative government, and the way we conduct ourselves will dictate how we leave our system for future generations. I'm a grandpa, I'm a great grandpa. I have lots of concerns for the future of our younger people and future leaders. So I think it's election integrity is important to me. And I think it should be on the front plate of each of us.
that we do all we can to maintain pure elections, honest elections. Then I would encourage you to support and reinforce parental rights pertaining to the education of our kids. The education landscape that we build will affect all future generations, our children, our grandchildren, and on into as long as the Lord decides to leave us on this earth. Then we need training to precinct delegates, and I'm sure that you've been contemplating that and thinking about it. So we've got a lot of big decisions to make in the next month. And so I know you have in your minds to do something in that regard to help us newbies so that we know what we're doing. And we, can act intelligently and represent our people fairly and honestly. And then the last one was kind of I'll just touch on that again, the sound system here. There's a lot of this that doesn't come out into the audience, and some of that is aligning this microphone. So if we could just encourage the speakers to talk directly into the microphone, it'd be very helpful. And now it's 11:15 and I'm ready to go home, as you are, I'm sure too. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Dave Moore in Allendale Township. I appreciate everything the gentleman just said. Elections are important. The most important thing there is to this republic. Knowing that computers can be hacked, electronics can be tampered with. I would encourage the board to come up with a fail-safe way. Nothing against Mr. Roebuck. I believe he is a man of integrity and he wants things right. But it needs to even have the appearance of no wrongdoing. We need that. Our democracy, our republic is done. Try to get through everything. Water resources, big issue with me. I'm a farmer. And I've seen things happen over the last 10 years that really makes me quiver and shake because of the way everything is being perceived and produced to you gentlemen and ladies of what the intent is. Go back to the original intent. It was to stop farmers from irrigating because people were complaining they didn't have enough water in their wells. Okay, we can go through that any day of the week. Groundwater, surface water, the Marshall Rock. There's lots of data. But make no mistake, the gentlemen or the people that are mining the data have an agenda. Okay, I'm a farmer. I know other farmers. Ottawa County used to be one of the #1 farming county in the state of Michigan. We are not currently that anymore. But make no mistake, there's a lot of farmers that are concerned. And I would just tell you, tread very cautiously on where you go with this, because I will let my fellow farmers know what's going on. Elections have consequences. Never forget that. For both sides, those that are happy and those that are upset. That's why the process is what it is. Elections have to have consequences. Because if nothing ever is going to change, then there's no sense having an election. Stand tall, stand proud, respect the people that you work for. Do the right thing for the right reason. Don't become the evil of the past. You have a new responsibility. They have a new responsibility. Please do the right thing. Thank you.
Thank you.
I'm back. Barb Cote, Park Township, 23 years. I worked with Ottawa County for 18 years with the mental health department. And then again for 3 years while I was fighting breast cancer for the public health department as a community assessment. I did the first assessment on the migrant program. And I see that Lisa Stefanowski followed up on that assessment after I left for disability, and she started a migrant health program. I see a lot of things that this county has established and tried to be a leader for. I see that we are afraid that you might come in and try to destroy everything. certainly not those good programs based on data, based on input, based on teamwork and partnerships. When you come in and you say that we're all about transparency, and the next thing you do is you don't invite 3 commissioners to the first meeting, and you don't know what are the accomplishments or the mission of the previous departments when you just check out the administration without following the rules, a procedure that the county commissioners have used since their establishment. Well, no wonder we're afraid of you. No wonder. The word comes vigilante. That's what it felt like when I read it in the paper. The reason I got here, oh my God, I'm worried about my grandchildren too. I have 7 and I live to see them all. I didn't have a single one when I had the cancer. I live to see them all, and I want to see them live in a democracy. If you don't see it, the people who are trying to bring in information, education about fascism, about nationalism, when we see you take the diversity, and I don't understand why these white people coming up are saying it's so threatening to them that they had to have that, and that's why they elected you. I don't understand that, because we're going to be diverse, like it or not. And you have 2 years to prove yourself. We're looking for destruction. If we see destruction, you can count on us being here practically every meeting. There's a whole bunch of us dedicated to being here every meeting, Joe. It's not just about your politics. It's not just your dogma. You have to represent the other 89,000 of us.
Thank you.
Mr. Chair, we do have some online comments as well. Looks like we have 4 folks on Zoom.
I would like to suggest that you guys meet in the bigger overflow room. Texting with some people who were there. There were over 100 people in that room again tonight. And for you to get a better representation of the community members who want to make a comment, want to show their support or dissupport of this board. I know there's claims there's audio visual problems or some technical issues. I think you need to work hard on doing that so you can get everybody who wants to be in the board meeting room in one room.
Thank you.
Hi, I think there was a little confusion. I thought I was number 4, but maybe not. Again, I'm Kristen Hintz from Park Township, and I just wanted to first say that I want to thank all of the Ottawa County departments and recognize their hard work in presenting such thorough reports highlighting those programs. The second thing I wanted to say is that the gentleman that spoke about the groundwater issue and agriculture, and I just want to encourage you to meet with Paul Sachs and to really understand that issue of groundwater. It's not just agriculture, it's people like me that use water. It's a whole county thing, and we are under the impression that we have tons of water with Lake Michigan, and that's not necessarily true. And that conservation from all of us, it's not just farmers, it's not just their issue. And I wish that all of our county would recognize that it's more than just farmers. It's golf courses, it's our recreation, it is our use in our houses. And lastly, I just thought to end on a positive note. You've heard so many comments from so many different people from all different sides. So I was in Grand Rapids City Parks and I saw a sign, and it's called How to Build Community. And I would like to end it with this poem. Turn off your TV, get off your cell phones, leave your house, know your neighbors, look up when you are walking, greet people, sit on your stoop, plant flowers, use your library, play together, buy from local merchants, share what you have, help a lost dog, take children to the park, garden together, support neighborhood schools, fix it, even if you didn't break it, have potlucks, honor elders, pick up litter, read stories aloud,
Dance in the street, talk to the mail carrier, listen to the birds, put up a swing, help carry something heavy, barter for your goods, start a tradition, ask a question, hire young people for odd jobs, organize a block party, bake extra and share, ask for help when you need it, open your shades, sing together, share your skills, take back the night, turn up the music, turn down your music. And these are the last ones that I really enjoyed. Listen before you react to anger. Mediate a conflict. Seek to understand. Learn from new and uncomfortable angles. Know that no one is silent, though many are not heard. Work to build an inclusive Ottawa County. We are a diverse county. And this is something that I learned from our diversity, equity, and inclusion department. Thank you.
Thank you. Looks like we have one more in person and then some online.
Am I supposed to say my name again and where I'm from?
Sure.
Oh, okay.
Please.
Jen Greenlee, Park Township.
Are you number 30?
Gretchen
40?
Yes, numbers. Okay. I want to commend all of you for undertaking the jobs that you're doing and undergoing whatever persecution you all get. I want to end with If by Rudyard Kipling. If you can keep your head on when all about you, people are losing theirs and blaming it on you. If you can trust yourself when all men doubt you, but make allowance for their doubting too. If you can wait and not be tired by waiting or being lied about, don't deal in lies. And being hated, don't give way to hating. And yet don't look too good nor talk too wise. If you can dream and not make dreams your master, if you can think and not make thoughts your aim, if you can meet with triumph and disaster and treat those two imposters just the same, if you can bear to hear the truth you've spoken, twisted by knaves to make a trap for fools, or watch the things you gave your life to broken and stoop and build them up with worn out tools, if you can make one heap of all your winnings and risk it on one turn of pitch and toss, and lose and start again at your beginnings and never breathe a word about your loss. If you can force your heart and nerve and sinew to serve your turn long after they are gone, and so hold on when there's nothing in you except the will which says, hold on. If you can talk with crowds and keep your virtue, or walk with kings, nor lose the common touch. If neither foes nor loving friends can hurt you, if all men count with you, but none too much, if you can fill the unforgiving minute with 60 seconds worth of distance run, yours is the earth and everything that's in it. And which is more, you'll be women and men of God.
Thank you.
First public comment on Zoom is Mary. Mary, we're going to unmute you. And if you could just state your name and your jurisdiction for the record. And you have 3 minutes. And Mary is no longer with us. Our second hand raised for public comment is Harvey Nickel. And Harvey, if you could just state your name and jurisdiction for us. You may need to unmute.
Yes, we can.
Okay.
Is it coming out okay there?
Believe so.
Okay, I'm Harvey Nickel from Jenison. I strongly support and thank you for standing up for the citizens of Ottawa County and taking the necessary steps to remove government overreach and return constitutional freedoms to the citizens of Ottawa County. I'm still bewildered as to why there are so many people viciously attacking you for standing up for our Constitution, parental rights, and freedom. Yet, when I consider the Marxist indoctrination that has occurred in our schools, universities, and the media, and the blatant censorship of anything that goes against the globalist agenda, I understand how people can be brainwashed to think that full government control and tyranny is a good thing. I'm so looking forward to having a director of the health department who pledges to actually follow science and not parrot the political agenda that has been pushed on us by the CDC and the Michigan and Ottawa County health departments. Social distancing and mask and vaccine mandates had nothing to do with our health, but everything to do with the control of the citizens, destruction of small businesses, and this redistribution of the wealth from the middle class to the ultra rich. If the mainstream media and social media platforms, medical professionals, and health departments had reported the truth about COVID, the PCR test, and the cures, there would have been no pandemic. COVID is real. It was created and patented. Note, a patent cannot be granted for a natural organism. There are verified cures and treatments for COVID. All of this information has been censored by the media. In June of 2021, I urged the Board of Commissioners to view a video of Senator Ron Johnson's hearing called COVID-19, A Second Opinion, which is still in room. It shows the testimonies of doctors, lawyers, nurses, and scientists who were telling the truth, but were all censored because their stories did not fit the narrative of the CDC. They spoke to hospitals denying patients treatments that saved millions of lives around the world, and about the hospital protocols that use remdesivir and ventilators for killing patients. They gave testimonies about the damage done by the mRNA shot. We now are seeing more and more sudden deaths, heart problems, decreased birth rates as a result of these shots. The shots are definitely not safe and effective. I asked the commissioners to confront the director of the Ottawa County Health Department with this information and demand that all mask and vaccine mandates, especially for children, be stopped. Demand that the hospitals stop using remdesivir and use successful treatments like ivermectin, hydroxychloroquine, and budesonide. If the health department did not comply with these demands, then the board should stand up for the citizens and fire all of them and replace them with people who will follow the science and make decisions that benefit the health of the citizens of Ottawa County. The previous board did nothing. This new group of commissioners has done the thing that should have been done months ago. For that, we, the citizens of Ottawa County, are very thankful.
Thank you.
The next online public comment is Laura. And Laura, if we could just ask you to state your first and last name and your jurisdiction, you have 3 minutes. And you may need to unmute your Zoom microphone. Or not with us anymore. Okay. All right, we're going to move to our final online Zoom comment with a hand raised. Joe Spalding. Joe, if you could just state your name and jurisdiction, you have 3 minutes. We need to unmute. If you are muted, it looks like you're good.
My name is Joe Spalding and my jurisdiction is Holland Township. Just real briefly, a constitutional republic is a democracy. I know that as a person whose work has amended the state constitution. And that work involved a democratic vote statewide. It was pretty cool. I'm sorry, am I getting interrupted? No, okay, cool. On the morning of January 6th, John Gibbs sent out an email to the county list. I replied at around 10:30, and immediately after, our commission received 3 to 5 electronic communications per minute for about an hour. You get over 300 total on the 6. That's about half of what you've gotten so far total. And of that of what you returned in the Freedom of Information Act request, because they're not public anymore for some weird reason. I know web forms aren't difficult. The opponents to Gibbs' appointment outnumber supporters of Ottawa Impact 2-1. Very much like the comments you heard during public comment today. We've been counting. And let's be clear, Ottawa Impact got elected because nobody was paying attention, not by getting people to pay attention. Since January 3, people have been paying attention. Moss isn't going to stick his neck out for any other member of Ottawa Impact at all politically for the next 2 years. It's just not going to happen. He's not going to stick his neck out for you, Sylvia. So I encourage all of you other than Joe to reach out.
Please address the chair as you're giving your comment.
If you interrupt me again, I'm going to file a First Amendment lawsuit so serious against you, your great grandkids are going to be afraid to run for class president in 4th grade, even if they're homeschooled. I encourage everybody except for Joe to reach out to me to talk about the best path forward for all of the county. And Joe, can you please tell little Gretch there that Hollanders get their power from the BPW? It's more reliable and cheaper than consumers and DTE. And also, I told her about the groundwater issue at Herrick Library. Our farms are getting eaten into because we don't allow housing to get built where we need it. And finally, Lucy should know all that too. She lives by BPW turf, and she was also at that forum, the last public forum she attended. That's all I got to say for you. Joe, please don't ever interrupt me again. Good night.
Thank you.
Mr. Chair, we do have one more Zoom hand raised. That is Jewel Wickman. And Jewel, if you could just state your first and last name, your jurisdiction, and you have 3 minutes.
Hello, my name is Jewel Wickman from Ferrysburg. Good evening, commissioners. I want to express my support of our new motto and vision statement, from where you belong to where freedom rings, by sharing my family's personal experiences living in Ottawa County. My children and I moved to Ottawa County in 2012. We are of Asian descent, born and raised in the suburbs of Metro Detroit. When we first arrived, while walking in our neighborhood, we were taunted by children shouting, "Chinks, chinks." I was frozen and absolutely shocked being born and raised in Michigan. When I went to the local mall and requested to use the handicapped fitting room for my disabled son so he could accompany me, I was told that I would have to leave if someone else wanted it. Sadly, we were the only customers in that retail store. When shopping at local businesses, I was often chided that I needed to stand behind the man in line as he was here first. That white man was my husband, who I was standing next to. During the COVID lockdown, we experienced 2 incidents that would impact our family. Our disabled son was sent a notice that all his community mental health support services would be terminated. When we asked for policy or protocol supporting this decision and his appeal rights, we were told to move on. This notice was sent despite executive orders that no Medicaid services were to be suspended or terminated during the pandemic. No other family received such a notice while sheltering in place that was served by community mental health. Our other son, who is half white and half Asian, was taunted by a group of inebriated white women yelling that he was the reason for COVID, while he was just quietly in downtown Grand Haven as a resident. That was all that he needed to choose to leave Ottawa County after graduation and return to Metro Detroit, where he wouldn't be subjected to such acts. I contacted one of our commissioners. He expressed sympathy for our experiences, but he did not offer any help or suggestions. When I asked about DEI, he did not fully understand the role of the organization and refrained from referring us there. A former commissioner stated he was for disabled recipients exercising their self-determination rights, but then he proceeded to support the litigation costs for our local community mental health to restrict those same rights of those they vowed to serve. From a family who has experienced acts of discrimination living in Ottawa County, we are highly supportive of Let Freedom Ring and the vision statement behind its inception. It communicates meaningful diversity, equality, and inclusion. that we all would be viewed having equal endowed rights to life, liberty, and the pursuit of happiness, regardless of race or disability. The old motto felt like empty words and certainly did not impact the community in which we live in. We support the new commissioners who ran
Thank
for
you.
office. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
That's all the online public comment we have, Mr. Chair.
All right. Let's move to item number 12, additional business report from county administrator.
Thank you, Chair Moss. Happy to report that completed my meetings with the directors and of the elected officials, and it's been wonderful to see the great work that everyone's doing. We saw a sample of that with some of the sharing that happened tonight. I'm thankful that I've had the whole shebang from all the directors to hear what's going on. So that's been great, and been able to build a really good picture of the major issues that are facing the county and being able to prioritize those. Many of those were issues that have been somewhat longstanding. So excited about being able to help drive those forward, as well as our new initiatives as well. So it's been a wonderful process, and people have been great, and the level of professionalism is excellent from what I'm seeing. So we're going to keep working with everybody on the issues that we're going to see coming up over the next year. We're going to have great success on them. So I look forward to reporting more great things. Thank you.
Thank you. Right. 12B, general information, comments, meetings attended. Does anybody have any comments they would like to share? Recent happenings. Commissioner Miedema.
So just want to say thank you to the directors of the various departments on staff here. Many of the new commissioners started on a tour this past week, getting to visit many of the departments. And it was wonderful because each one brought a unique perspective to each of us. And it was very apparent that they all shared pride in the work that they're doing here at the county and also in their staff. It was just really neat that they all took the time, about 20 minutes, each department, to just kind of give us a top-down view of what they're doing and what they're proud of. And I know we're looking forward to continuing those tours this coming, I think it's a couple weeks or this coming week possibly, but just thankful. So.
Thanks. Anybody else?
At the invitation of Commissioner Zylstra, I attended a meeting at Herrick Library to discuss with a roundtable of a variety of different groups the topic of veterans that are homeless in Ottawa County. And it was very informational. I really appreciated it. The big takeaway that I took from it was that they're currently tracking about 50 veterans. And I think that that's a number that we can certainly serve and we can address the needs of. So I look forward to continuing those discussions of how to best meet those needs. There's a lot of different challenges with that group, and they're very close to my heart. And I want to continue to push forward to see what we can do to get them into a better situation than what they currently are. I also wanted to mention that I believe 6 of us commissioners and Administrator Gibbs will be headed to Washington, D.C. on February 10. We're going to be attending the 2023 NACO event, which is the National Organization of Commissioners. It's a great opportunity for us to cross-pollinate, so to speak, where we get to meet other commissioners from other parts of the country, hear about what their challenges are, share some of our solutions, and they share some of theirs. And hopefully we can cherry pick some of those ideas, be creative, bring those back to Ottawa County, and the county's better for it. So that's going to be a 4-day trip to DC where we work together. And I'm looking forward to getting to know some of the other commissioners and Administrator Gibbs more on that trip as well.
Anybody else?
I just want to echo Allison's sentiments that it's been really great getting to know different departments and people working within the county. And we obviously have a lot to learn. And so it's been very interesting and great to see how invested people are in their work.
That's for sure. Anybody else? I mean, 45 minutes, we could call today, tomorrow. Anybody else? No. All right, look for a motion to adjourn
So moved.
in a second.
Second.
All right, all in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
All right, we are adjourned.
Thank